Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to A Date with Destiny. Welcome to PMPL South Asia Championship 2023. And well, as you guys know, we're currently in the grand finals and also the final day. I'm Necro, John alongside with me is Johnny. And Johnny, how you feeling? Final day, Stalwart Esports, 3 chicken dinners yesterday. It indeed is a date with Destiny.
Exactly. I mean, day number 1 I was here and I did not expect Stalwart Esports to bounce back this nicely, especially on the second last day of the tournament. And it was quite surprising, but it was a welcome surprise from us. We enjoyed it the most. 3 chicken dinners that they got yesterday were very impressive. But now, you and I have both been here before, wherein we have a team leading by 30 plus points on the last day and it can all fade away in just a blink of an eye. So, I mean, I'm super excited to just witness what is about to happen today.
Exactly, witnessing the great history that's about to happen in front of us soon enough. Considering it is the final day, there's going to be a lot of stuff lining up. Yesterday we saw 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports just fighting out for that first spot in the overall ranking. Stalwart Esports took it away from 4 Miracle Vibes, but still the competition is quite close. Soon enough we'll be taking a look at the overall rankings to let you guys know what exactly we're talking about. But there's a lot of stuff going on here. As you guys know, there will be 1 slot forward in the PMWI, but another slot will be given away if you guys are going to go ahead in game and vote for your favorite team. That will give you guys another slot over here. Before now, let's take a look at the prize pool and you guys can take a look at it. Perfect, pretty much a destiny over here for the players to grab on over. And as I said, a date with Destiny it is.
Yeah, I mean, $26,000 to be divided amongst 4 lads that go ahead and win it all. I mean, it can be an amount that can change everything for you. This is the first step in getting those big prize pools of the Global Championship or the World Invitationals, as that is the next stage that we're headed towards. But as always, I mean, you will have to give it everything that you have, especially on the last day. And it is still quite close, as we have been talking about it. Stalwart Esports and 4 Miracle Vibes going at it. 33 points separating the two, but I mean, things can get extremely intense. And as Necro, you mentioned, I mean, heading towards the PMWI, there's that 1 slot for the team that gets the most votes, and well, it's all in the hands of the fans now. It's up to you guys. What are you up to? Like, go ahead and vote for your favorite teams.
I would really like to know which team is currently leading on the vote charts, right? It's just so interesting. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of slots over here, and I'm personally going to be rooting out for South Asian teams, that's for sure. For now, the team that is going to make it forward towards the PMWI, it seems like Stalwart Esports is the closest with 196 points so far in the overall rankings. So to beat them down and to take them down, it's going to be quite a tough thing. But Johnny, we had this full-blown conversation yesterday as well, talking about MABETEX Esports. Now, last year you saw this team. This team was on a huge struggling phase, but now they're in the top 5 in the overall rankings. That's a huge statement.
I mean, that is a big jump for them, but now today, I mean, into the last day is where you feel the most pressure. And this is, I think, going to be a big check for MABETEX, whether they can deal with the pressure and maybe be consistent, be a part of the top 3 throughout the day. And in fact, if they can capitalize on the games where Stalwart and 4 Miracle Vibes do fall down, then maybe we can see MABETEX close the difference. But I think Twain to Kill is going to be that team that majority of the eyes of South Asia, especially all the Nepali fans, are going to be rooting for them, seeing how far they are going to go. And of course, the pride of Nepal, DRS, on that 6th position. I think a lot of people, including me, I am expecting them to actually break into the top 4 by the end of the day. And if they break into the top 3, then I'm going to be like, that should be okay. I think that is what we expect from DRS.
Exactly. Expectations from teams like DRS, Highvoltage, even TDK, they're quite massive, but still TDK, at least they're living up to it. DRS, for example, sitting all the way down in the 6th spot. It is a mid-pack of the tournament, and as you said, last day, that means there's going to be a lot of pressure on you. Hopefully these teams are not going to be cracking down under the pressure, but then you take a look at the latter half of the board and you see IHC over there, one of the biggest upsets so far inside the tournament. None of us expected IHC to be there, and it seems like IC leaving this entire roster, it has definitely hurt them a lot. Yeah,
I completely agree with that. I think this is one of those standings that makes your head spin. you never expect them to be outside of the top 8. Even at their worst, we have seen them be in the top 5, be in the top 6. That was them at their worst, and I think we have a new bar now. And as you mentioned, I mean, IC was a key player in this this team. He was a key part, a core part of the playing four, and him going away, I think, definitely has changed quite a lot of things for IHC. And I think we can just be hopeful that with time things can get better, and we get to see the same old IHC that we've been longing for a while now. Because I believe after PMPL South Asia Season 3 is when we started to see the fall off of IHC, and we saw them get dethroned by new teams. Highvoltage was doing well back then, and we were just seeing the signs of Stalwart Esports starting to come into fruition. And now, I mean, they're all here. We do have new lads as well. Not new exactly, but Doc and East have been playing for a long time. Refuse as well. These players have been there for a long time, but now we are seeing them in their true colors, seeing them play at their peak.
Exactly, for Merkel vibes. I mean, let's be honest. Right now, the main competition is between the first and the second slot. These two teams way too close for comfort to each other. One single mistake, one single error being made inside the game, and the position, there's a high chance the lead will be compromised. I'm talking about Stalwart Esports. They need to make sure every single game they're playing has to be for the consistency and has to be flawless, pretty much. Because one single mistake and for Miracle vibes will get a chance to close on all that distance Stalwart Esports has created so far. And the reason why we're focusing so much on only these two teams is because there's still a decent amount of gap from second to third spot, so it's going to be tough to catch up to 4 Miracle vibes. But for 4 Miracle to catch up to Stalwart Esports, it's not that hell of a journey. It's going to be quite an easy one. So let's see how things are going to be looking like in the future times for them. But yesterday we saw quite a lot of unfortunate stuff too. So I'm talking about 7th Element. Now, this is one of those teams that is currently sitting all the way at the bottom of the pack. To be honest, I wasn't really here for most of the day, so I don't exactly know what's going on with them, but it just seems like they're out of the track right now. They don't exactly know what to do inside the game. For now, we've got the schedule in front of us, and as always, we're going to kick things off with Erangel.
Yeah, as always, we start off on Erangel, moving forward towards Miramar. Match number 3 is Erangel, Sanhok, followed by Miramar and Erangel. So we have 3 Erangels throughout the day, 1 Sanhok and 2 maps of Miramar. 6 games, that's all we have. And after that, we will have the one team, the one true champions of this PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. And of course, let's not forget the winners do get to go towards the PMWI. So that is something that the teams will be looking forward to. And as you were talking about 4 Miracle Vibes and 7th Element, I think 4 Miracle Vibes yesterday was a struggle for them. So since we have seen them perform very well and be extremely good at the game, especially on day 1 of the finals, I think that is what gives us signs of hope that we're going to see a few good performances today as well. And it should take them 2 games. If all goes well within 2 games, they should be able to cover up the difference and put up a fight against the players of Stalwart Esports. On the other hand, 7th Element, nothing is going right. The best performance they've had is a 2nd place finish with 5 eliminations, and that's not enough points, especially since the change in the point structure has come in. So I think last day, 7th Element, the difference to win it all is like a little too big, and the same can be said for any team that is outside of the top 12 right now. So I think for those teams, we can expect them to just go YOLO and create a lot of trouble for the other teams at the top. And it usually does happen on the last day. So I think just waiting for the game to begin, let's see what happens in match number 1, and that should decide the pace of the rest of the day.
Exactly, and then you shift your conversation on over to Eliminate Crew, a team that has been doing so phenomenal so far inside the PMPL. But then you take a look at the grand finals of the championships, and then you wonder what exactly just happened. That's a massive downfall. You're talking about a rocket going in the sky, and then somehow the rocket just stops working, and then it just straight up comes down to the ground. That's something that's happening with Eliminate Crew so far. But hopefully, I mean, hey, they're able to learn from the mistakes that they have made so far, and maybe in the future they're going to be able to come back even stronger. A lot of teams, definitely, a lot of fans are going to be there that are going to be quite disappointed. But for now, you guys need to switch your focus on the top 2 teams. That's where the main moolah is at. That's where everything is at, because the first slot will go to PMWI, Johnny.
Since now you have told us to focus on the top 2 teams, who do you actually think is going to win? Is it going to be Stalwart or 4 Miracle Vibes?
I mean, look, to be honest, we used to call 4 Miracle Vibes the kryptonite of Stalwart, if you remember. We called them the God Slayers because we were calling Stalwart Esports the Gods till last year. But then you saw 4 Miracle Vibes in some different name, and then we called them the God Slayers. It's really tough to say, to be honest. Anything can happen today. It's up to the players if they're going to be cracking under the pressure or not. And for 4 Miracle Vibes, it's all about the chase. If the chase is perfect for them, things will be good. The stars will be aligned. But speaking about 4 Miracle Vibes, yesterday, it wasn't one of the best days for them, but still they tried their best to deliver on the consistency. A couple of games left on over, which is completely fine, but today you're not going to have that much of, even that much amount of room for error. You need to make sure every single game is for the consistency and maybe for the wins as well if you want that extra bit of points in your hands.
Exactly. I completely agree with that. I think they will have to go for the winner chicken dinner in at least 2 matches today if they want to make sure that they're anywhere close and as early as possible. If it happens within the first 3 games of us starting our matches, I think then that should put 4MV in a very comfortable position to challenge Stalwart. If Stalwart, within the first 2 games, if they win, within the first 4 games, if they manage to win 1 and finish in the top 3 in the next 2, I think that should pretty much guarantee them the win. But no matter what happens, no matter who walks away with the trophy, what I truly want is to see a close finish. I want the teams to fight it out till the very last game and the rankings to be extremely close to the last game. I mean, if the element of surprise and the suspense is not there for us, then just watching the games till the very end becomes kind of a well, you know already who is going to win the tournament by the end of it, and that is not fun. We like to keep ourselves guessing as well, and I think with the way the competition has sort of evolved over time, I have a feeling that today is going to be an extremely close day.
It will be. It's going to be an extremely close day, or at least that's what we're hoping for. And it's not going to take a lot to take it way too close, right? 4 Miracle Vibes, 1 win, and you guys are already right next to Stalwart with a couple of points behind. That's all the guys need to catch up to a big giant like Stalwart. So for 4 Miracle Vibes, they're definitely going to be aiming for at least that one single victory that can give them a huge pathway against Stalwart and also maybe claim their throne back. Before now, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, we're going to take a look at the map of Erangel. The plane fly path will be in front of us too, and you guys can see the players are locked in and ready, and so are we, Johnny. Let's go, man. Soon enough, the plane fly path will be here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. The first game, and we're all ready to take off onto the map of Erangel. The trajectory of the plane starting from the northwestern edge, and I believe it's going to go through Ferrypier. Yeah, close to Ferrypier towards the... Well, it starts from the northeast and goes towards the southwest. I always keep getting things in the opposite direction. No one gave me a compass.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, it's going towards Ferrypier. I got the...
We're not too good with that. We're not pirates.
I got the location right, though.
Yeah, we got the location right. All right, we're good. We're good. So at least a plane fly path, that's not going to make a team struggle quite a lot for their designated drop locations, considering it's almost just splitting in between of the map. But still, if teams do want to go extreme right, which is Milta and maybe Lipovka, then the struggles will definitely be there. Yesterday, we saw a military-based circle right off the bat, and which was quite an interesting one too. It really forced teams out of their comfort zone and made them think on their feet, and hopefully we're going to be seeing a similar type of spice today as well. Stalwart Esports, as always, they will go towards military base. Even for Miracle Vibes, they like to go towards that side as well. So as always, nothing usual. We're not going to see anything out of the box, but what I really want to see is some early game collision. That's what I'm here for.
Exactly. I mean, early game fights are the most exciting things to witness. Players having hardly anything to deal with each other with, but still running away is not an option. And look at this. I mean, I love this circle heading towards the northwestern side of the map. Georgopol City, kind of a good spot for teams to be in. I mean, if you can deal with the players of Regicide, Leo, and IHC in that direction, T2K, I think, are going to be the happiest of the bunch in the lobby right now, since Severny, it is an isolated spot, and they aren't going to be bothered by anyone for at least the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game.
Exactly. I mean, this circle is an interesting one. All right. Well, I talked about making things even spicy, and this circle is definitely going to add a lot of that. All the way to the northern side, imagine teams like 4 Miracle Vibes and even Stalwart Esports, the amount of struggle these teams are going to be seeing. It's incredible. Let's see how they're going to try to navigate their way out, because there's definitely going to be some people that will try to spoil their sport and maybe try to camp them out a little bit, because they know there's some teams that will try to cross on over from the bridge. Before now, for especially Regicide and IHC, this is a lucky day for them. They are currently inside Georgia Pool City, which is a +1 for them, and the circle is right on top of them too. Now, speaking about Regicide, one of the main problems for this team has always been that late rotation. I still remember to the old days, back in the years, this team, the main problem for them always has been the late rotation. But now that the circle is right on top of you, you don't need to worry about that.
I think the only thing Regicide have to worry about is to deal with the players of IHC. If IHC come knocking on those doors, it is going to be a 4v4 challenge that will be put upon them. And if they can survive that, I think they will be in a very comfortable position throughout the game. As you mentioned, one of the teams that I will be a little bit worried about if they make it to the mid-game stages has to be Quantum Rage, because they are at Yasnaya, right on the eastern edge of the zone. And I think because of being in that position, they might just get a little too greedy to rotate in towards the open hills between Severny and that northern Rozhok city. So, and that is an open hill. They won't have a lot of cover. They will be able to see everyone headed towards them, and if they can hit their shots, they will rack up a lot of points. But they will have to deal with enormous amounts of pressure while doing that, and that is the only point of concern for them. On our screens, though, right now are the lads of 4 Miracle Vibes, the only team in a position right now to put up a fight against their own neighbors, Stalwart Esports, who are all the way towards Nova Repnoi.
Speaking about that, I mean, what I really expected on the final day is to at least some team dropping on top of the other team.
Drop flash?
Especially the teams that are all the way down in the overall rankings. That they can't try to do that, especially 7th Element. But so far, they haven't really done that, which is definitely not a good news for me, because I'm someone who likes aggression quite a lot. And so far, we're seeing quite a slow start of this map, but this is the calm before the storm, as we all know. Soon enough, it will be a really good game of PUBG Mobile. For now, we've got TUF in front of us. Speaking about this team's journey, once again, filled with a lot of thick and thorns, not able to find their sweet spot inside the PMPL so far, all the way down on the 13th spot. TUF, they've got nothing to lose. A lot of team out there, especially the teams that are all the way in the bottom half of the board, they've got nothing to lose over here. They can fight for the pride and pretty much try to go out with a bang.
I mean, I think they're going to save that for the last 3 games. The first 3 games, at least, they will at least try to play things a little bit slow, rack up elimination numbers during the mid-game stages and try the level best, especially a team like TUF. I mean, from where you can actually see there's a possibility of them breaking into the top 10. So I think that is something they might go for. I8, Illuminate might be in a similar position. Leo is going to try and go for the same thing. We do have Magnus on our screens, and Magnus have been quite interesting. I mean, we expected big things from them just because of the caliber of players that they have, but I mean, in the finals, they have failed to deliver.
And this entire Magnus conversation leads me to what happened yesterday as well. This team's firepower is there. They've got the firepower.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, sometimes in that team play, man, they're not really able to shine through like a bright diamond. Which is, once again, as I said, you can take this PMPL as an experience and move on forward. And in the future, you can come back with a formidable force. And that's what Magnus will probably try to do. Not just Magnus, a lot of teams. But the biggest upset for me personally is Illuminate Crew and Zeus. As I'd see, man. Zeus just came out of my mouth because this is what we're known for. But yeah, the biggest upset for me is Illuminate Crew and IHC. Dude, these two teams, I did not expect. Illuminate especially, dude. One of those teams when I was taking a look at the PMPL South Asia Wikipedia page, and I thought, okay, Illuminate Crew is just steamrolling through every single one. Maybe in the championship, we might just have a different champion. But then I look at the grand finals page, I come back and I see, oh, Illuminate Crew is all the way in the bottom of the leaderboards. This is hard to believe.
I mean, all right, I do agree with you on that. But I mean, for me, the biggest letdown was DRS, especially after the run they had during the Global Championship. I expected big things from this team. And I mean, when the conversation was happening between me and Ansh and a few of the other Nepali talent, I was quite open. I felt DRS was one of those teams that could actually just dominate the entire competition and win it all. But I mean, in the finals, a team like that, seeing them struggle, I think it's a double-edged sword. One way to look at it would be, all right, the team's underperforming, they're not in their best form. The other way to look at it would be the level of competition has grown so much that even the best teams are struggling. I mean, and I think that is something that Yeah, that is something that you notice quite clearly when you watch these players take those gunfights. I mean, the individual mechanics of every single player in the lobby are so clean and so impressive.
Compared to what we saw last year, definitely the competition
Yeah.
has increased by a mile, by a ton. So it makes a lot of sense that even a team like DRS is on a huge struggling phase for now. Sanhok tried to go for shots, but unfortunately got return fire. And now he's knocked himself, crawling back to safety, waiting for his teammates to back him up over there in that spot. But Sanhok, the stars were aligned for him. He should have been able to get the knockout, but unfortunately he wasn't really able to do so. And the return fire from the enemy team was just perfect. MABETEX now, they're out for blood against the players of TDK. They know one player's knocked out in the front. Already the enemy team's on a huge man disadvantage. So MABETEX is one of those teams that will definitely try to put a lot of salt on your wounds.
Not just a little pinch of salt. Might as well an entire bag. So getting taken out this early in the game, not really something T2K were looking forward to. And that too to the team that is chasing them. MABETEX, they find Jane and Seo. That will definitely be a big confidence boost for them. They'll be able to close the point difference against the lads of T2K and then look up ahead towards 4MV and ST. But the revive has come through. Now Wally, he needs to be extremely careful because Seog and Jane can take free shots towards Wally without having to worry about the rest of the players of MABETEX. The line of fire has been made available to them by the way Wally rotated. And in addition to being focused on the two players of T2K right in front of him, he has to worry about the player on the flank and the player coming from the rear. So it's a little bit of a pickle for Wally, but T2K, they are moving out.
Yeah, TDK, they really do not want any sort of smoke against MABETEX over here. On the other hand, you've got a team like MABETEX who's out for blood, looking to swing back in the action. And once again, Sanhok falls down. T2K, it's time to realize that Sanhok is a gone man at this point. Next to impossible to get him back up on his feet. You've got an entire army of soldier in front of you. So yeah, Sanhok, that's an early mishap for the side of T2K. But it's still doable. You've got 3 players in the back of your hands. You can try to pull some more points off, but the way this game started for T2K is not the way they wanted it to start. They are currently on the 3rd spot in the overall rankings. They can't catch up to 4 Miracle Vibes, but not if they're going to have a start like this. Magnus Esports definitely are going to handicap them by a huge time, but now you've got DRS taking shots against 7th Element. Killer YT, at least he was able to get one. The second man was able to escape with his life. But Killer YT for now is taking a lot of damage from the Wall of Death.
Let's see. Killer, he should be able to make it still quite early in the game. You have to worry about the blue zone. DRS, they are on the move. How far will they make it? On the other side, NB Esports now under the fire of MABETEX. KSA, a few shots do connect. NB are a little too far away to for MABETEX to actually comfortably spray them down. The distance too much to deal with. I think they have to quiet down a little bit. They're making too much noise, attracting a lot of attention towards them.
Just trying to repel them away. Yeah, still just giving out a couple of shots again on the enemies. Just trying to shook them away. NB Esports, they've got the little split for themselves. On the other hand, you've got Highvoltage as well, just raining down death and destruction onto 4 Miracle Vibes. Apex, he's made it on the other side with a vehicle. Also going to toss in a couple of smokes, but that also gives his position away. It's Chico. He's got too many teams next to him. Even Magnus is right in front of him. So Highvoltage, they cannot go for a lot of commotion over here. We'll need to take their steps cautiously.
Oh, this is chaotic, and Finny is going to be taken out. Oh, MGS, he's going to have to run in. UMP does not have ammo. He's going to have to go for a reload piece. The corner at the wrong time. He's landing a few clean shots. Refuse as well has taken a lot of damage, but is going to be running behind cover right in the nick of time. And 4 Miracle Vibes, they managed to pick up 2 free eliminations for well, basically nothing. They took a little bit of chip on their HP bars, but they managed to keep the entire team safe.
Yeah, that was a good take from them. Also got a compound in the hand, also a free vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. For Miracle Vibes having a solid spot, at least for now, inside the circle. But they're still on the edge. Up to them how they want to play this one out. High Voltage for now is taking some shots against him. And then you've got Stalwart as well, just chiming inside the action. They want a little bit of piece of this cake. As Assassin's going to fall down. He's going to come crashing down. Even Quantum Rage is against the players of High Voltage. As I said, the position they found himself in is quite a vulnerable one. And this is exactly leading for the downfall, at least for now, inside this game of High Voltage. And High Voltage, instantly, they start booking it for a better spot. Stalwart 2, quite exposed from the back lines, but at least they've got a little bit of ridge for themselves where they can play around with. This circle has definitely forced teams to think on their feet. A lot of slots already are taken inside the circle. Good spots are taken away. Now you'll need to make something out of nothing.
Yeah, and that is definitely a challenge the teams are going to struggle with. Aegon I8 right now. Have to worry about the players of Stalwart Esports. Well, top looks to be moving in the direction of Uzum, but the dip is going to be separating the two teams from each other. Stalwart in a very awkward spot. They have Aegon I8 towards their right, towards their left. They have another squad that is trying to push through towards the center of the zone, and right ahead of them, another team is just waiting for them to expose and overextend. But look at this now. We do have IHC going up against the players of Leo, and well, Leo, they're getting absolutely destroyed. IHC have picked up 3 eliminations for themselves. Leo, I believe, are down to their final 2 players, though.
Yeah, Team IHC is like a pack of hungry wolves. Every single player in this team is a known fragger in South Asia. Challenging them with a head-on-head collision like that, with a head-on-head duel, is digging your own grave. And that's what happened with Leo, at least so far. Hattie, he's got himself shrouded inside the smoke. That might just give his position away. Zal. Oh, he left that angle in check. This could have been a really bad news for IHC, but he turns back in the nick of time, in the perfect timing. It works out in his favor as Zal's going to shut him down. They've still got another player in the front lines, and even he's going to get taken care of just like that. Seconds is all you need, and IHC, you blink it and you miss it type of moment. Demo, even he's in the close quarters. You've got another fight brewing up between 4 Miracle Vibes and Quantum Rage, and this team is not going to struggle at all. They just shook him away like dust, and Quantum Rage, they bite the dust.
Yeah, Quantum Rage down to their last 2 players. Senior has to find a way to help his team out of this awkward spot. Goku has been picked off. Helsinki's got on his knees, and well, 4 Miracle Vibes, they never let anyone go. No survivors, no prisoners. All they are out to take is just blood of the opposition. Having destroyed 2 people, I think Quantum Rage have managed to make the great escape, but with just 2 players surviving this late in the game, it's going to be extremely tricky for them to actually secure a lot of points. 3 teams eliminated. We're down to the top 13. Stalwart against the players of Illuminate. This should be an interesting fight. All right. I was about to say it, and I think Stalwart, they are just backing off.
The shooting range circle has definitely proven out to be quite an interesting one. Woofies. This man's catching a lot of hurt there. I8 not safe in the position they've found so far. Getting shot at from a lot of different angles. Not having a solid cover to play around with. Right now, they're just trying to make something out of nothing, especially using those vehicles as covers. But as soon as they will try to break through this deadlock, Stalwart Esports has got him in. This is going to be still a tough journey for Illuminate crew. Trying to toss some smokes in the front. Stalwart Esports standing right on top of him soon enough. They might just get ripped apart. But the nades are landing exactly on top of the player section. Way too low. Another one should seal the deal, probably. It's going to land right next to him, and yes, it does. Action knocked out. A good opening found. Illuminate crew would now want to just go in there. And that's what they're exactly doing, with the vehicles pushing up against the players of Stalwart Esports, and Stalwart now pushed back in the defensive stance.
But Stalwart, they retaliate. Viper, he's extremely low. Novax has been knocked out. Woof is also taking a lot of damage. Although action has been picked up, top is still there. And Illuminate, they're just left to feel the wrath of the remaining players of Stalwart Esports. The vehicle being blown up. Woof is, his options are fading, but Viper, he's there. Top shots are gonna hit, and Top goes down. Viper with 50% HP does still survive. And look at this. All of an instant, Stalwart, they're down to the last surviving player. Nized is all that remains for the side of Stalwart. A team team who's doing so well in the overall rankings are set to be eliminated on the 11th position. Quantum Rage, if they make the push, they should get those free points. Or Illuminate might just walk away with the eliminations of the top team in the lobby right now.
Oh, and there's Ed. Alive still on a sliver of HP. Praying to his gods. Hoping that he's going to stay alive at least for a little bit more to see the sunrise. And there's Ed. Fighting for his life. On the other hand, you've got a team like Quantum Rage who's taking shots all the way from the top. Even Viper's quite low. Both these teams are in such a critical condition. Top trying to back off to his teammate, and he will be wrapped up in that scenario. TDK as well, take an elimination, take a massive fall from this game. At least Stalwart Esports, they've got that one player up and alive that is carrying a lot of hopes and dreams.
It is a tricky position in the zone that he has. Right on the eastern edge. Knows there are players coming in from the rear. Has a hill to climb. It's not going to be easy. Regicide on the other side. Seems like IHC haven't spotted out by Roshan. Nade lobbed. Damage dished out to Zeol, but not enough to secure a knock. The one lobbed in the same direction. They're just trying to keep IHC away. Was trying to make a play. Oh, well, alright. They're going to rotate wide, try to see if they can find another way into the zone. And as I say that, Roshan charging forward towards the lads of IHC with the DBS. And, well, it's going to be Nock. He secures the knock. Zeol stepping from behind the tree is going to get knocked out by the vehicle. But Demo is here. Roshan needs to be careful. The damage is dished out. Nocky running into the smoke with Waz. Alex and Godless are there to deal with them. But Alex is knocked out. Demo is low. Godless destroyed. And IHC, they've fallen yet again. This time to the hands of Regicide, who just pushed towards IHC and made the team fight look like nothing.
Yeah, they just get ripped apart into pieces. And Regicide, even they're getting shot at from 4 Miracle Vibes. Look at them. Every single player alive. It seems like the stars are aligned for sure for 4 Miracle Vibes. Everything's been working in their port. East, still trying to find that last surviving man from Regicide, just spamming through the smokes. Still not able to find the connection. They don't exactly know where Vaz is. It's completely fine though. Regicide's gonna get dealt with anyway. Or anyhow. Now Waz is spotted. This man is in a hell right now. He's dealing with so much firepower that's currently being inflicted onto him. And eventually he falls down. 6 feet under. 4 Miracle Vibes. They've got their spree continuing as Illuminate crew. They're still up and alive inside the game with 2 players. Stalwart Esports eventually get eliminated. Not a start they wanted to have.
Yeah. And Stalwart getting eliminated just opens the floodgate for the players of 4 Miracle Vibes. If they can secure points in this game, that should be enough to cover up the difference against the players of Stalwart. They need to go for those eliminations. They need to go for the win right here, right now, in this very first game. And all that stands in the way are the 6 other teams that are going to look to stop them. But on the other side, Viper from the side of Illuminate, firing shots on DRS is going to make sure that DRS is going to be out of the lobby, or at least Rules is going to be waiting for his teammates to join him. Killer being taken by the players of Quantum Rage. Well, now DRS down to the last 2 players. Do you think they're going to be able to make it up this hill?
It is a tough task. And a tough ask as well. But the circle is sort of covering even DRS, so I highly doubt it's going to be a tough journey for them. Quantum Rage is exactly on the top, and for Quantum Rage, the next big competition is in the name of 4 Miracle Vibes. If 4 Miracle Vibes, they step foot on top of this mountain, it indeed will be Grim Reapers knocking on your door. And Quantum Rage will need to deal with that as well. The wrath of 4 Miracle Vibes, and you do not want to be on the receiving end. We've seen one of those massacres this team can cause up. Even MABETEX, they've got all the players alive. Some interesting names.
Miracle Vibes, MABETEX, TRS. A lot of big contenders here. NB Esport as well on our screens. Dealing with the players of MABETEX. 2 knocked out by DRS. NB, this is your opportunity to go for the push, secure those points. Leon and Baron Two players left standing from the side of MABETEX, but utility being lobbed towards them from everywhere is causing them a lot of trouble and a lot of hurt. And look at this, NB, they're going for the push. Leona is going to be the last player standing in the way of NB Esports and MABETEX's early elimination. While the other lad Baron is going for a revive, but the nade from Delta is going to make sure Kisei is going to be on his knees. And well, NB Esports, few shots of their own are going to make sure that MABETEX is not going anywhere from here. Down to 6 teams, 16 players. Things looking very good for the players of 4 Miracle Vibes. The competition is just fading away.
Well, NB Esports, they sweep that one easily under the rug, and now Fistboy is approaching another fight in the front. It's a DBS in the front lines, and you do not want to be on the receiving end. Fistboy, too many guns in the front, and too much damage to deal with. Eventually falls down, but at least there's an even trade. Even H2SO4 goes down in that moment. NB Esports, the instant cavalry is there too on the board, and they will be able to get the fallen comrade back on his feet. Fistboy back up. A good news for NB Esports. 3 players still alive in that team. There's soon enough going to be another fight brewing up. Will probably be in between DRS and Illuminate, or maybe Quantum Rage. These teams are right next to each other, and soon enough the silence will break into a huge chaos. DRS, quite an interesting stance they found themselves with. It's a 2-1 split, while the rest 2 players are all the way in the back.
Look at this, Gyante. It looks like he might just get pushed upon. Players of Quantum Rage getting a little too eager, but Fistboy from the side of NB Esports finding an opening. One of the players from the side of DRS biting the dust. Miracle Vibes being extremely cautious as to how they want to control their part of the map, avoid any collision with any of the other teams surviving in the lobby. But let's look at this. We do have Monda on our screens going for the push. Delta being an absolute snake, hiding behind the smoke in the grass. Shots from the Vector failed to hit the marks. He does not have any information where the other player is. This is a very risky move from him, and he is going to pay for it. The DBS is just going to knock him down in an instant, finding the advantage out of nowhere. Massive mistake from NB Esports.
Yeah, trying to explore unknown territories, which probably can cost them their life if not played cautiously enough. But then you've got a return knock on the enemy. Sick being able to find that one. Delta goes down. Gyante will probably try to get the fallen man back up as soon as possible. Not a lot of time left. You've got the wall of death as well in the back lines, and the nade's just going to confirm that kill. What a perfect nade. Recently, the accuracy with the nades have been incredible by these teams.
Yeah.
The utility utilization on the point, and now NB Esports, they're going to make the push on the opponent. Gyante, he was on fire. And even the wall of death is now going to start to close on up. Mondo looking to seal the things, and he does. He takes care of business. NB Esports, they make sure DRS bites the dust, and now they start to move on forward to the hilltop, where Quantum Rage is going to be the next opponent.
They have committed quite a lot just taking out DRS. I wonder if they have enough utility to close out the game. 3v4, the fights are still winnable, but you need to make sure that the smokes, the molotovs, the nades are there. You have that utility to, well, create situations, advantages in those final few moments of the game. But we're down to the top 4, 10 players still remaining, and 4 Miracle Vibes, they still hold the numbers advantage in their favor. The probability of their win also looking extremely good, 43.75%, while the numbers for the rest of the lobby just continue to drop. 4 Miracle Vibes, they have control of the zone, and now they will start to take control of their weapons as well, as Doc fires a few shots towards one of the players of NB Esports, but realizing how exposed he was, he's going to back off, join his teammates.
4 Miracle Vibes is the only team currently with a solid compound, and then you've got NB Esports as well trying to spring back to life, back to action. But Quantum Rage will also swing himself in the action over here, and they're just starting to wipe out any single player that stands in front of him. But eventually, the last man standing from NB Esports seals the deal. 4 Miracle Vibes now, like hungry wolves, getting attracted to all the bloodshed that happened in front of them. trying to close the distance, trying to get up close and personal. NB Esports knows it's next to impossible to do anything at this moment for Miracle Vibes, wanting to confirm those kills, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Eventually, for Miracle Vibes, they take the victory home. A perfect chicken dinner to start things off and to start the final day off.
Yeah, the perfect way to start the final day, as you mentioned. But the biggest question remains, how many points do they have? And the answer is 20. It is going to still keep them on the second position in the overall rankings. But with Stalwart taking a tumble in this game, what's the difference? And of course, let's not forget, MABETEX also had a decent run in this match. So a lot of questions left to be answered, but all will be said and done after this very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that fantastic game of Erangel. And, well, you've got 4 Miracle Vibes closing on the lead against Stalwart Esports. We talked about the room for error, the room for margin. It's quite slim, and Stalwart Esports, definitely, they tripped over their own shoelaces. And now it's given a huge opportunity for 4 Miracle Vibes to take that throne back in their hands.
I mean, we did talk about before we began the first game how 2 games can change everything in the overall ranking and how the competition between the top 2 teams can be shifted. Well, we are halfway there. Now, all I have to see is what the difference between a Stalwart and 4 Miracle Vibes is going to be, and also what is MABETEX going to do about the other teams that are above them. T2K as well. T2K not really having a fun time in this game. They were the first ones to lose CO. The first player to go was from their team as well. So, I mean, a lot of challenges for them to deal with, but hopefully in the next few games they do recover, because they also do stand an opportunity. Like, let's not forget, 5 games can definitely be enough. If you play things right, you can go ahead and secure like around 80 to 70 points easily in those 5 matches. And I think that can change everything for T2K as well. So, I mean, now it's just time to look at the stats, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be able to take a look at the stats and see exactly how the previous game was structured and how 4 Miracle Vibes got that exact win. Considering it was the Northern Circle, we had huge concerns for both these teams, 4 Miracle Vibes and even Stalwart Esports. And that's what exactly happened. Stalwart Esports not able to navigate the clear pathway, and they just got caught in the rotations as well. They were not having a great time, did not find a solid position for themselves. And then you take a look at the MVP, and it's going to be Doc 922 with 8 eliminations, 549 damage. I mean, it's Doc. What do you expect? If you're going to see 4 Miracle Vibes win, you're probably going to see Doc on top of the board.
I mean, for sure. And as you were mentioning, I mean, these 2 teams, 4 Miracle Vibes and Stalwart, they were the furthest away from the zone. And yet we saw 4M walk away with a phenomenal win in this very first game. I think one of the reasons has to be the individual performances that are brought to the table by the players. And along with that, the level of patience they displayed in those moments of the game where we knew they were in an awkward spot. A fight at that particular instant would have been detrimental to their result. But they realized that as well. They backed off. They waited for a better opportunity. And when the opportunity presented itself, they did not miss.
Exactly. I mean, the player focus, look at this. Yeah, but I think so we really need to talk about Quantum Rage over here, right? I mean, it's one of those teams that is still struggling and having a great performance like that in the first game is definitely going to boost their confidence up, but it's not going to do a lot. It's not going to have a huge impact inside the tournament, but at least they can try to fight for the pride, right?
Yep. And man, I'm just waiting for the points. I'll be honest right now. I want to see what the chaos is going to be in the overall leaderboard. We do have the match summary right now on our screens. Doc definitely doing a phenomenal job. 8 eliminations secured. Delta is going to be the man following it with 5. CNA on the 3rd, along with Viper. Both the players with 4 eliminations each. On towards the highest damage numbers, I think DRS they could have had a better game had this stuck together. That 1-2 split was a little bit questionable. It was fine when they were it was fine until I think 4 minutes ago when they were dealing with the players of MABETEX and we did have another team charging towards them, but later on when it was just Illuminate Crew and Quantum Rage right up above them, I think that is when they did not expect the other teams to be as aggressive as they were, and I think that is what caught the players of DRS off guard. But we do have the match rankings. 20 points for Miracle Vibes, Quantum Rage with 13. We have MABETEX with 5 points, Stalwart with 5 points. Right. I mean, but these 5 points do benefit Stalwart as well. The difference before the game was 33. All right, I'm going to crunch the numbers and come back. Yeah, not too good. I'm not good at all.
Maths, but listen, the only thing I care about over here is the top 2 and the money that's on the line, all right? Let's be honest. And also the bragging rights for the teams and the slot for PMWI. There's so much for grabs over here, Johnny. The amount of money that's on the line, too, it's incredible. By the way, how much money will you take to shave your beard?
Are we talking dollars or INR?
Like it's your answer. I've never seen you with a clean face.
1K USD.
Like non-bearded face. 1K USD.
You haven't been here long enough. I think the fans, the viewers that have been watching the PMPL since the early days, especially season 1, they definitely remember me without a beard. Oh, back in those days when... You've never seen me, man?
When?
What? We just met today.
We just met... Interesting. I guess what about the last year, man? Listen, we used to be here, all right? We were the one who were rocking the stage. You forgot?
Yes.
Let's move forward to the overall rankings, dude. And this is what we're really here for. 183 points by Miracle Vibes, and then Stalwart Esports was 201. Still a decent margin, but something you should not rely on at all. Stalwart Esports' upcoming game has to be straight a jackpot.
18 points separating Stalwart Esports and Miracle Vibes, and 18. You don't even need to win the game to secure 18 points. That's the beauty of it. I think Miracle Vibes can definitely just finish in the top 3, and with the kind of elimination numbers this team knows how to rack up, I think they can cover up the difference in the next game. So Stalwart Esports, they need to step it up if they want to keep their lead and walk away with the trophy and of course the prize money at the end of the day. But moving on to the next page of the ranking, we see IHC escape their perdition, their purgatory of being in the bottom 8 of the leaderboard, and now have finally made their way into the top 8. Quantum Rage climbing slowly and steadily. I think within the next game, if things go well, if they play the match, the next Erangels, the next 2 Erangels that remain, if Quantum Rage is able to replicate the results of this game, that should give them enough points to be in the top 10. But of course, it is advisable to keep your performances consistent and of course perform on the maps of Miramar as well. We have 2 in the day.
Yeah, you gotta be responsible, man. With great power comes great responsibility. And right now, the great power these 2 teams are wielding it's Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. With a lot of responsibility for sure. We know once you're at the top of the board, you're also gonna have a massive target on your back, and every single team will be studying you too. You said DRS is one of those teams that had a fantastic journey in the PMGC, and that's one of the reasons maybe that's why they're not able to perform. As I said, if you're on the top, you're gonna have a huge target on your back, and every single team will be watching out for you.
Yeah, I mean, the teams are definitely watching them, but I mean, it's the fans that have kept their eyes locked onto this team for a long time. And I'm not just talking about the time from the GC run till now. I'm talking years. DRS is one of the teams that was quite crucial in the entire development of the esports scene in their own country, and I think that holds a big responsibility for the team. But to be very fair, I mean, it's things like these, it's legacies like these that put a lot of pressure on the players that are in the lobby and are actually playing the game. So I think it is just the ability to deal with that pressure in certain moments of time that can change the course of what the result is going to be for the team at the end of the game. Either they're going to just play like absolute gods, be the best, get like 20 eliminations in a single game, or they are going to make like small little mistake just because they're trying to be extremely careful, which is not their playstyle. Because let's not forget, DRS has a lot of firepower. They have a lot of experienced players. This is a team that finished second in the global championship. So I think we have to give them a lot of respect. They have those achievements under the belt. I think it's just about things just beginning to click at the end of the day. But I think, again, Stalwart and 4 Miracle Vibes, a different competition right now against the rest of the lobby. These two teams, oof. And Miramar is one of the strongest maps for Stalwart, if I'm not wrong, right?
Yeah, it is. It is one of the strongest maps for that team. So it's going to be quite a tough
it's
one.
the
Not
next
just
map.
them, even 4 Miracle Vibes. It's quite a good map for them. Once again, these two teams. At this point in time, it's like every single map is going to be a strong map for these two teams. They're just that good.
Yeah.
Yesterday, too, inside Sanhok, we saw Stalwart Esports just dominate the grounds because even the circle was sort of favoring them. He kept informing right on top of them, and Stalwart didn't even need to move that much. But Johnny, you know what? I know a nice trick to deal with pressure. It's to listen to songs. That's one of the best things you can do. When you feel like you're under pressure, listen to a song. Especially, have you listened to the Cupid song? It's a good one.
No. Can you sing it for us, Necro?
No, stop.
You and Fixes have been baiting us for the last 2 years. I mean, we were promised the Panda Dance. I think it was season 4 of the Pro League where you guys promised us the Panda Dance. We didn't get to see it. Now you're telling us about the Cupid song, and we are not going to get to see that as well, or hear it as well. Yeah, I hear Fixes' voice in the air. He appears like a spirit and just says, you're not going to get to see the dance forever. That's just sad.
We're never going to get to see the dance. I mean, Fixes is going to gym. He's losing a lot of weight, so I highly doubt it's going to work, man. And I need to start doing the same as well. I need to get some 6-packs myself. But I'm going a little too ahead of myself and maybe too much in the future. We need to get back over here right now in the present moment. That's what everyone said. It's called present because it's a gift. And for a lot of teams, it's not going to be a gift because they're not doing too good in the overall rankings too. But they need to find that sweet spot. As I said, it's still doable. They can't try to fight for the pride. They can't try to fight for the money too. Especially for 2DK, they need to find themselves in that sweet spot. They need to find a reset. In that previous game, that was not the start they wanted to have, but unfortunately it did. MABETEX sort of played the huge spoiled sport, but in this game of Miramar, things can be flipped around. Things can be turned around. So, let's move on forward to the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Teams are locked in and loaded, and so are we.
Well, the teams are here, and as you mentioned, we are here as well, waiting to see what happens in this game number 2 of the last day of the PMPL South Asia Championship. I mean, a lot on the line, especially as we have been talking about it. There are 2 realities right now, or 2 stories to follow on the overall ranking. One is the close competition between Stalwart and 4 Miracle Vibes, and the other story is everyone else.
Exactly. The planned flat path starting for La Cabrera towards Minas del Valle, all the way towards Los Higos. So it's an interesting planned flat path tilted all the way to the left side. A couple of teams will have a struggle of their lives to make it to their drop location, but let's see what sort of a temporary drop location these teams are going to be opting out for. And right now, the main struggle is definitely the top 3 teams. They will need to make sure that they're dealing with these struggles flawlessly enough. For IHC, I feel like they at least need to be on the first half of the board at the end of this tournament because it would not be a good look for them if they are on the latter half.
This is going to be an intense game nonetheless. Regicide, that 2-2 split puts them in a very awkward position. 2 players quite close to the players of NB Esport. Then again, this is the squad that everyone is waiting for. All right, look at that. How quick was that? Was that like 10 seconds, 15 seconds into the game? Aegon I8 getting the first blood. And it is going to be 7th Element who lose one of their players. We have been witnessing this since day one. These 2 teams, drop clash on Erangel, drop clash on Miramar.
Oh,
The Miramar fights usually going towards the players of Aegon I8.
oh no. They're like a wave pushing against 7th Element.
Yeah.
T24 OP in the close quarters. Not giving away any foot kills. Just trying to keep himself anonymous. I think maybe he's been spotted too. You do see Gravity just looking over that angle. And then you've got another knockout coming in from 7th Element. That's a good one. Goose knocked out. Uzum, though, is still on the front page on the aggressive angle, trying to find any sort of openings that probably will be given away by 7th Esports if they do try to get a little too ahead of himself. But even Uzum, you see, he's sort of like the gatekeeper. He's not going to let anyone trespass over. on the other side. And now Aegon I, they're back in full force once again as they make the push happen against the players of 7th Element. The shotguns in the close quarters can definitely be quite deadly, but unfortunately it's a double barrel. Only 2 bullets in there. Not a lot of them in the magazine, and I guess 7th Element, they crumbled down as T24OP is still trying to fight back for his life, and this is a huge chance where he can try to flip the odds against the players of Aegon I8 as he's quite healthy. In the back, Uzum is way too low, he's quite vulnerable, tosses on him all, he forces out T24OP and out in the open, and now it's a one-on-one scenario. Uzum way too low for comfort, trying to do anything. He's still trying to fight back to his life. Aegon I8 on the verge of getting eliminated. It is one of those teams that is still in the top 5, and if they get eliminated like this in this map, it is definitely not going to be a good look for them. But what a shot! Uzum! He puts the nail in the coffin.
Almost on the verge of losing it all, and Uzum stands tall above everyone else, especially above the players of 7th Element. I mean, the 2 lads juking it out was so impressive, but Uzum, with the superhero moment of his own, just jumps around the corner, landing that perfect shot and putting 7th Element in their grave. What an impressive fight. Could have gone either way. I definitely thought Aegon I8 were done for, but this man out of nowhere just saves it all. Look at that. 3 defeats for him, 1 for Ghost, and, well, also 1 team eliminated in the first stage of the game.
That was some incredible stuff. The man pulls out an SKS and he's like, all right, I've had enough. And then just jumps out like a hero. And lands his bullets. Oh, the opponents stood no chance, considering DMRs do a lot of damage. Still the early phase, you're not going to find the maximum amount of utilities for yourself to deal with that type of circumstance, so the SKS worked in its prime and sealed the deal on the opponent. Uzum, well done, but that was way too close to comfort. They dodged a bullet.
15 teams, 60 players still alive. Hardly ever on Miramar do you get to witness squad wipes happen like that and this early in the game, but well, unfortunate for the players of 7th Element. We have T2K on our screens now. Another team, before the previous match, we did have a feeling could be in a position of contesting the trophy, but now getting left behind. Difference looking a little too big for them to cover up, but still 5 matches remain, including this one. If they can win this, then maybe things can change in the future.
Still remember one of the comments that was made last year, and I always get reminded whenever I see icy on my screen on the map of Miramar. It's the hot deserty lands of Miramar and icy melts. I don't know why. It's still with me as a memory. It was a good one at that moment. It was quite a funny one.
Yeah.
But yeah. Icy was one of those players that used to struggle a lot, especially on the map of Miramars back in the day. I mean, not every time, but sometimes he was definitely not able to stand his ground. But now he's been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. I mean, in terms of the numbers his other teammates were putting up, he was definitely a little bit behind. But then over the years, we did see him step up whenever his team needed him. And I think it's the kind of experience and his presence inside of the game that sort of makes him such a good pickup for any lineup that has him. Back in the days, we would see a lot of just things happening that had no explanation as to why or what made the teams make certain decisions, like this one. Regicide, the 2-2 split in the early stage. All right, if Noki can hit these shots and just bait these teams like this, I think it makes perfect sense. Gets a free knock and finish on one of the players from TUF. Is in a 1v3 now, extremely low, and the UMP hits him in the head.
Yeah, even the nade chipped out quite a lot of damage, but Regicide, the cavalry is here, but a little too late. Avenger was there trying to rescue his teammate, but realized that, all right, it's a gone case. Might as well try to play for the points and for the life. And that's what they're exactly going to do. TUF still out in the blue. The wall of death, as always, will chip away a lot of damage. And unfortunately for the players at TOF as well, they don't really have a lot of meds available, so they need to book it out of here as quick as possible.
Let's see. It's not going to be an easy exit for them now that no teams are going to be waiting for them. 1800 meters to go. Extremely far away from the zone, but it's still early stage of the game. Just a small amount of chip damage on the HP bar. Not something that is going to trouble a lot of individuals, a lot of players, make them worry about anything. Yeah, and Miramar early stage is extremely slow. Zone closing in the next 15 seconds, but majority of the action is going to wait for us, I think, beyond the third zone. What a nice parking job on that buggy right there.
Look at the circle. Interesting formation.
Yeah.
On the bottom
right.
Yeah. Definitely it's going to once again force the team to think on their feet quickly enough. Regicide as well. They've got a beautiful rotation for themselves all the way down south. A clear pathway as well. NB Esports, quite a late one. They're the late bloomers trying to get out of that blue zone. You've got a huge wave of enemies just moving up forward from up north, and you are going to see a huge commotion soon enough as they do cross their eyes against each other. We're not really seeing a lot of gunfights so far. Did see that one with the Regicide and then early fight with the Aegon I8. And luckily enough for Aegon I8, they still have got every single player alive inside the squad. So that's really good news.
A lot of teams alive towards the northern and, well, specifically the northern part of the zone, the southern side, completely in control of the players of Regicide. And I think they will be enjoying that freedom for a little while more. But it's towards the northern edge where we expect the action to be. Stalwart, we did see one of the players just cross the pathways of the players of Highvoltage. And it looks like Highvoltage might go for a chase, but it is going to be extremely tricky for the Magnus Feeney on our screens. Duke against the players of T2K. In fact, Zen has taken a lot of damage. Needs to heal up T2K. They have a flank coming in from the rear as well. Magnus, they need to be extremely careful and extremely quick about this.
Finney is one of the most deadliest mans inside the entire tournament with a shotgun, so you cannot challenge him like that. T2K, oh, a risky move. But at least pays off as he's got a lot of information now to deliver to his teammates. Magnus, their positions exactly compromised. Now TDK know exactly where every single player's there. And Stalwart Esports, on the other hand, against the players of Highvoltage, as Prabeen's trying to make a great escape for his life. Top, trying to follow him with the spray. Was not able to find the knockout onto that one, but at least they have managed to put a little dent onto Highvoltage.
Let's see. Might just be a small little dent, but can be enough to force their hands. Highvoltage. I want to see if they will try to force a fight, try and see if they can find a pick. Magnus on the other side. Still a standstill between them and the players of Train to Kill. It seems like another team has appeared on the top of the hill right behind them. Right, it is the boys from MABETEX. And oh, the zone abandoning that eastern edge of the map. Now moves towards the hills between Puerto Palacio and Los Leones.
Oh, Kise gets confirmed. Stalwart Esports, still a solid ground to found himself with. MABETEX is right next to action and needs to realize that he's currently just roaming in quite dangerous lands. Needs to get out of here soon enough if he wants to stay alive, but there is at least the backup of his teammates. And Stalwart Esports, even they themselves are on a move. They want to find a better spot inside the circle. Makes sense. They want to find a reliable spot for the late game scenarios. Wally Could have been a close one. Stalwart Esports not still able to find those connections, but this circle is definitely quite an interesting one.
Let's see, Doc knocked out from the side of 4MV. East trying to go for a revive. Well, the players of NB Esports are just going to look to see if they can find a proper way to engage in this fight, and the push is going to fail. Fishboy is going to be knocked out from the rear. Karsk is going to be there, finds the opening, pushing Refuse inside that shack, but will this be enough? Kind of a difficult position. The DBS should be helpful at this range, but needs to be careful. Apex a little bit more precise with the UMP. Second opening is there. Numbers for NB Esports reduced to 2. 4 Miracle Vibes handling this 4v4 in such a beautiful manner. They make this look like, well, it's an orchestra. It's in sync.
Indeed, making it look like quite an easy deal to deal with. Another team like NB Esports, Mondo in the front, trying to fight for his life. And Doc, a perfect peek. The timing works out. And 4 Miracle Vibes, another team that might just fall apart in front of him. 6 still, though, is there to take a couple of shots against them, but eventually even he's going to fall apart. 4 Miracle Vibes, they deal with the circumstance quite easily enough. Not even breaking a sweat in that scenario. And NB Esports, a massive team like that, gets eliminated. Magnus Esports now against the players of T2K that enter exactly on the point, and now the shotgun's going to start clicking as well. Magnus Esports, they're trying to retaliate back to favor that T2K so far kept on them. And then Zen 2 will be able to find another one. Sandesh goes down. Magnus, they're able to rip apart T2K like it's a piece of cake.
Oh boy, these fights, I mean, completely being dominated by one side, the other side having no opportunity to even do anything. T2K right now, Jane is there, but what will he be able to do for his team? Magnus have lost 2 players, Feeny is knocked out as well, Zen he's trying to make his escape, but he's going to have to deal with the last player from the side of Train to Kill. IHC on our screens right now, taking a fight against the players of TUF. They have secured a knock. Zeol going for a push on towards Joker. He's going to back off as the UMP. He's going to have to reload. Demo has been knocked out. Leo pushing from the rear. I had seen a world of hurt as well. They have lost 2 players now. Alex and Zeol, all that are left standing. They have to fight 2 teams at the same time. The players of Leo and, of course, the players of TUF.
Alright, see, as they've lost out on 2 of their players, Godless and Demo. 2 massive players you cannot afford to lose out on. Alex also caught a bit of hurt while he was trying to get away from this fight. Leo on the top have the height advantage, and that's why they're just able to rain down death and destruction onto IHC. While IHC, they cannot do a lot. And now Leo as well, they're catching a lot of bullets onto themselves. It's all because this circle is such an awkward one that is just causing these awkward fights in general amongst these teams. IHC, one of the players trying to escape away, but gets caught with the spray. The bullets perfectly land. DBS pulled out in the close quarters, and Hadi will eventually shut down Demo. That tried to do something, that tried to make a miraculous play happen. But even that gets extinguished, and Hadi now still looking out for the last man in the name of Alex. But IHC, Alex knows he needs to keep his head tucked under. If he just peeks out like that, that's going to be it for the journey of IHC inside this game.
No points as well. Zone this time is going to be quite brutal. A lot of damage for Alex to deal with. I wonder if he has enough heals available to actually sustain his HP throughout this entire scenario, while the players of Leo just wait for him on the other side. But in the smaller perspective, well, now it's full screen. We did see the fight between Quantum Rage and Highvoltage Breakout. Quantum Rage lost a player, gave the revive, and Cine is back on his knees again. Assassin is not letting them stand on their feet, not letting the players of Quantum Rage recover even for a second. Being an assassin, the deadly duo from the side of Highvoltage. These 2 players alone are enough to take squads down, and Senior yet again after the revive in a second is going to be on his knees, while Praveen, look at him, he is going for the push. He wants to take this fight to the players of Quantum Rage. Goku with the shotgun misses the marker, but still Praveen, he's going to be made to pay for the over-aggression. But all that was just him buying time for his teammates to come through. And well, here they are, Assassin and Jiggle. Can they recover? It's a 3v3 against the remaining players from Quantum Rage.
Assassin and Jiggle left the last two on the Lottie list, as they also need to deal with the shotgun of Goku that's currently putting in a lot of lead into their bodies. And Assassin barely alive on a sliver of HP, trying to patch himself up. Goku too, to just tossing those nades in the back lines. Quantum Rage, oh, Tuntanaton can just be caught over here on investigation, and almost does as well. Way too low for comfort. Eventually will be shut down on the top. Highvoltage, they're playing this one out quite perfectly. The patience are sort of paying off, but as soon as I said that, Goku once again pumps the lead into Jiggle as he gets knocked out himself. The shotgun is making a lot of work. It's clicking into action, and Goku will get another confirmation yet.
Too overeager over there. Jiggle making the mistake of stepping, overextending in fact, while Assassin backed off. I think communication not clear in that moment, and Quantum Rage definitely benefiting quite a lot from that small little mistake from the side of Highvoltage. They are left with two players again, and now it is going to be the other side who are not going to be there with the numbers once these two teams meet again. But now Stalwart on our screens up against DRS. Action, he can't get up. Once he does, he's going to be in the line of fire of the players of Magnus as well, but he goes down the hill instead. His teammates are a little bit farther away from him, so he needs to be careful. He needs to stay alive.
Speak about staying alive, and you've got Stalwart Esports on your screens. All the players are alive so far for this team. A good one. Also a solid positioning inside the circle too. That's all you need. We talked about this. Stalwart Esports, they really need this game of Miramar in their hands, considering the previous game was sort of screwed over. And now even Magnus Esports, they start to lose out on a couple of numbers themselves, faster knocked out. Way too close.
Look at rules. Yeah. Oh, action just runs up right at the right second. Otherwise, I believe that Molotov would have connected. But now the players of Stalwart are going to be standing there wondering who set this world on fire. And I think Top is going to be looking towards his back, trying to make sure that the rear is clear. And if they spot out rules, then DRS, that's going to be brutal on them. But Stalwart up against 4MV. This is the fight we all want to see.
Yeah, just showering down those bullets. He's over here. 4 Miracle Vibes, and fortunately for them, they've also got a nice high ground that they can rely on, and somewhere different out on the map. There's another fight breaking down between Leo, in which they come out on top. Stalwart themselves are catching a lot of hurt. A couple of bullets being rained down upon them by 4 Miracle Vibes, as they have gotten their hands, or at least gotten their eyes on the players. DRS is way too close to comfort, trying to get up close and personal against the players of Stalwart Esports. It's definitely not going to be an advised option, a good option. But DRS, they've got no other choice. If they do want to make it inside the circle, they will need to take out Stalwart Esports right here. Cold-blooded. Delta trying to toss a nade upon. Sits in the car to get a better visual of what exactly is on the other side, and he gets the nade perfectly right on top of Nerzet as it just blasts him apart into pieces. Nerzet knocked out. Delta pushing up with the vehicle. His position's known, but at this point, Delta is more sort of like a distraction. For the rest of the teammates of Stalwart, they try to take shots against Delta. He will also get knocked out. DRS, that's not a good news for them. But even Stalwart Esports, slowly and steadily, things are starting to get way too difficult for them. DRS, on the other hand, though, they're on the verge of getting eliminated.
Yeah, the player's extremely low. Stalwart also, as you mentioned, they need to be extremely careful with how they move ahead in this game. But Top, I think he was thinking about lobbing a nade towards Gyante, and Killer decides again this, waits for his players to heal up and to push along with him. Action, look at him. He's very eager to go for the fight. Knocks down Gyante, but will it be enough? Nerzet, the help was there. Gyante was knocked out by Nerzet, but Stalwart, they have the numbers now. It's a 4v2 DRS. Oh, that was, well, the rush a little while earlier with the vehicle, that was a little too much overcommitment, and I think that is why DRS, that was a mistake. Stalwart is going to make them pay for it. Rules running out in the open. Top is going to go over the ridge. Killer still waiting for Stalwart to make the same mistake as they did a few moments ago, but Stalwart, they're going to back off. I think their focus is clear. They're a little too interested in taking down the players of 4MV, the competition in the overall leaderboard, and if they can manage to do that, that is just going to make them very, very happy.
But while all this commotion's happening, while all this ruckus is happening on the map, you've got I8, Illuminate crew just sitting in their compound, taking things way too slow and safe. Even MABETEX Esports gets eliminated. Stalwart Esports, this team is out for blood today. Anyone who stands in front of them inside the map of Miramar will get shredded apart. But even for Miracle Vibes, they've got all the players alive, so for Miracle Vibes is definitely going to be a huge threat in the shoes for Stalwart Esports. And so far, they're able to deliver on quite a consistent note. I8, Illuminate crew, they've got a solid compound and also high ground that they can get. They can gather a lot of vital information from.
Well, let's see, the position 4 now looks good, but here come the players for MV. I think they realize that on the other side of the bridge are the players of Stalwart, a massive threat to their points, to their finish, everything. They do not want to engage, to fight like this. That might cost them everything this early in the final few moments of the match. It's going to be a 4v4 between these two teams. Well, Top and Action are still there. For MV, the 3-1 split. Alright, Aegon, I8. Bid us adieu. We're down to 5 teams, 17 players still remaining in this game.
For Miracle Vibes, the players on top of the hill spotted. Leo Esports, even they're having a game of their life so far. As I said, the circle is definitely quite an awkward one. It's also making quite a lot of awkward fights in general. For Miracle Vibes, catching a bit of bullets onto themselves in the back, and even Stalwart Esports losing out on one of their players in their Zed as Icy gets knocked out. Not a good news. Carries Icy on his back and gets him back to safety. That's a team player right there. Stalwart Esports, they should be back into full force once again with 3 players. But there's too many angles that they're getting shot at from, so Stalwart Esports doesn't exactly know where they want to navigate their way from. It's tough to get out of this little ridge they've found themselves in.
This is a very uncomfortable position for them. On the other side, Leo, sus, making sure that the players of 4MV aren't going to be comfortable either. Doc, taking a lot of damage, is going to be forced to prone down while the other 2 lads just hide behind the smoke, trying to avoid these shots headed in their direction by the players of Leo Esports. Leo Esports looking extremely good, and they have an extremely good position to end the game as well. 8 eliminations secured so far, all 4 players still alive. They are heading towards the high ground, and in fact they have already 1 player towards the high ground. I think this is their game to win, and also this is their game to lose, as one of the players is going to be knocked out. Doc managing to connect a few shots on Sus, but Slipknot with the cover fire right in the nick of time is going to help his team and is going to help his teammate go for the revives.
Way too close to comfort for MV. Now even they're getting ripped apart into pieces. At least Stalwart Esports, they've found a little bit of safe site for themselves. But Leo Esports, they're really challenging a lot of fights against the opponents. 2 players are knocked out for them. Not a way they wanted this situation to be in their court. And those 2 players are next to impossible to recover too, because the wall of death is starting to close in, and this time it's going to deal a lot of damage. It's going to pack a punch. Leo Esports getting those kills confirmed in their hands. Even Illuminate crew so far, they've got the stars aligned for them. Oh, the spray's missing. A lot of shots missed away. Liquid gives away a lifeline free to Icy. And once lifeline's given away, you guys know this can definitely be quite a cruel one. But eventually Icy falls down because Doc is also shooting against his opponent from the back lines.
Yeah, this can change everything now. 10 eliminations secured for Liquid. For Leo Esports, Liquid He's going for the push along with Slipknot. Sky backs up before they even go for the climb. 4 teams, 9 players still alive. Illuminate also in a very comfortable position, but Sky has overextended a little too much. This can backfire, preventing Illuminate from securing the win in this game. Should not change much in the overall ranking, but will definitely be confidence booster for the players. Now here come the rest of the team, Viper and Nova. They join Sky, going for the push. Viper needs to be careful. Oh, Sky's going to be the first man to fall, and Nova follows next. The crows are in the hands of Liquid. It's definitely a monster, and this monster is very hungry. Takes 2 before Viper realizes he's the last player there in the front lines. And he's up against 2 from Leo Esports.
Oh, this is not a good news. 2v1. Indeed, quite an interesting scenario these teams have found themselves in. The Groza just flipped the odds against the opponents. We thought that Leo might just get eliminated this well-collaborated push I had. But then things just turn around. And even now, 4Miracle Vibes, they get eliminated themselves. I thought it was all good in the hood for Eliminate Crew. But that's not the case. And as soon as I say that, there goes another frag on the board. And Stalwart Esports, they're taking advantage of this fight between these two teams. As they decide to strike back for the back lines. A lot of shots are indeed taken away, even on the players of Leo Esports, Illuminate Crew as well. They lose out on Viper. Voop is way too far away, so it's next to impossible to recover his fallen teammate. Liquid, the only cover that's currently in front of him is that buggy. Stalwart Esports, they want to chime inside the action as well. As action's way too close, way too much in the front, while his teammate Top is in the back, and it's a deadly duo.
A few moments ago, we saw a lot of teams with 4 players left standing, but now, even amongst the top 3, there are no one with all those numbers. It's down to a final 1v1v2, where Stalwart Esports actually has the numbers advantage. And, well, this is not how we thought this game was going to go. I thought 4Miracle Vibes were going to walk away with the win, but Top, with this push, is going to make sure that Illuminate Crew is going to say bye-bye to the lobby, and now it's a 1v2, where Leo Esports' Liquid is the last player left standing against Top and Action, and this is going to be a tough fight for him. He does not have the HP, and there it goes. Stalwart Esports, the first game might not have been theirs, but the second one is going to be. The chicken dinner on Miramar is all they needed to, well, regain their position on the overall rankings, which, well, they never left. They're still first. They were first before this game.
Yeah, they win the game with a stylish factor. Nicely done from Stalwart Esports. They let the other two teams fight it out against each other. They let the other two teams duke it out. And then in the end, they take a massive advantage of that. Fight and third party the entire scenario to take the game in the hands.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that second game to the post-game analysis. And Johnny, the game of Miramar, as we had a huge conversation that it's a strong suit for Stalwart Esports, and it seems like indeed it was. They win the game in a good fashion. In the end, it did sort of seem like things were starting to look out quite shaky, but then later on they got things under control.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And it was all thanks to the level of patience the team displayed, because we felt like they were getting a little too overeager, running into fights willy-nilly. But no, I think the way they handled the situation against 4 Miracle Vibes and the players of Leo was just perfect. Just letting the two teams fight it out amongst themselves, get their numbers reduced, and try and go for a few picks here and there. But it was overall a very well-played game for them, and it was good recovery after the way the first match went. But I guess it's time to look at the numbers and see what the individual players were up to as far as the match performances were concerned.
Exactly. MVP is going to be Liquid from Leo Esports with 6 eliminations and 998 damage. That's a lot of damage numbers wrapped up with 4 assists and 3 knockouts. Leo is going to be the one to steal the MVP page away from a lot of players in that previous game, especially that Grozo play that Liquid was able to pull off in the final moments. That sort of saved his entire team's life.
Oh yeah. I mean, for sure, I agree with you on that. That final few moments, I mean, he looked incredible. But even before that, he was doing quite a lot to create openings for his team. And I believe Leo Esport in this particular match did actually finish the game with quite a lot of elimination. So that is something that might be beneficial to them. But we'll have to see. They were a little too low in the rankings to actually put up a real impact in the overall rankings. So that is something that I want to look forward to. But Stalwart Esports, the way these two players played, top end action, the dynamic duo from the team, just destroying the competition in the final few moments of the game, they looked very impressive.
Exactly. Top end action. This deadly duo all the time. We have been looking at this duo since now years at this point, and all the time when you see these two players live, you know it's going to be an absolute chaos, death and destruction all across the board. And then you move on forward towards the match summary. Liquid with the highest elimination points, top with 10, 12 damage. Incredible numbers. You've got Slipknot with highest assists and Apex with the highest healing done. 4 Miracle Vibes. It felt like 4 Miracle Vibes as well had a fair share of chance of winning that game, but something just didn't click too well for them.
I completely agree with you on that. I mean, 4 Miracle Vibes looked like they had an incredible position. They had the numbers. They were in an isolated spot. They had decent cover in front of them as well. They were protected from the side by the players of Stalwart Esports, but still the fight's not going their way, not connecting the shots in the final few moments, resulting in the first place finish. I think this might just hurt them as far as the overall rankings are considered, but we'll have a look on that page once we actually eventually get to it. Leo with the 19 points, I think they should be able to break into the top 10. But again, another question mark. The only thing that's guaranteed right now is that Stalwart Esports were first before the game, and they're going to be first after this game as well. And I think they might have just set themselves up in a position where they might be first even if they get eliminated on the last position in the next game as well. They have a little bit of a safety cushion now to work with.
Yeah, they do have the safety cushion, but there's still a decent amount of games left over, Johnny. And I highly doubt they should try to use that cushion in the upcoming games. Maybe they should try and use that cushion in the final couple of moments in this tournament. But that too, you might as well want to win with a huge margin, right? I mean, if you're a team and you want to have the maximum bragging rights too, then yeah, you would definitely want to win with a huge margin against your opponents. That can be a massive bragging right for you. This fight between Quantum Rage, Goku was a massive game changer in that fight, while his shotgun was just able to click onto the enemy's chests and rip them apart. And this moment right here, where Liquid turned the tables against Illuminate Crew. It felt like Illuminate Crew, they had a perfect game plan going up till the late game scenario where they decided to take a fight against Liquid or Leo Esports in general, and they just got ripped apart.
Well, and talk about ripping things apart. That is what Stalwart Esports are doing to the overall rankings right now. 132 eliminations for just one team. The second best team sitting there with 116. So it's a different level of competition at the top, but T2K, they're closing the gap slowly and steadily. And as we were talking about Leo Esports, the performance in the last game does put them on the 8th position with 112 points. If they can get one more game like that, I think the top 4 is not too far away.
Exactly. I mean, Leo Esports, at least they're on the first half of the board. That's a good showing for yourself. I had the similar type of expectations even from IHC to show themselves in the first half of the board. At least that can be a good news for the banner of IHC. But being on the second half of the board is it's going to sting. It's going to hurt you in the longer run. I mean, it's already the longest so far. We're already in the late phase of the tournament, but at least you would want to be on the first half of the board. That can give you a massive confidence booster for the upcoming tournaments and for the upcoming gigs. You can take a look at the latter half of the board. They're exactly on the 9th spot. IHC, they just need to do something more better that can propel them, that can straight up just catapult them on the first half of the board. You've got Illuminate Crew 2. The previous game was quite decent when it comes to the placement points, but not exactly when it comes to the elimination points.
Over the years, Necro, I've come to realize that IHC is one of those teams where momentum is key and momentum is king for them. They need to win one game, and if that one game is the next one, then in the remaining 3 matches after that, you will see them be extremely consistent. Every single game after that, they might just finish in the top 3. But that's the problem. Throughout this entirety of the finals, they haven't had that one successful match yet, and that is what they're still looking for. But not a lot of matches remain, and we have seen the difference from the 9th to the 4th position. It's not that much, so maybe they can still be hopeful about a top 4 finish. But still, the next game on Erangel, what are your expectations going to be? Are we seeing another win from 4 Miracle Vibes or Stalwart, or is someone else going to walk away with the chicken dinner on the next map?
It really comes down to the circle, Johnny. To be honest, it would really come down to the circle. If it's somewhere down south, or at least close to the southern side, then there's a high chance it would be at least one of those 4 Miracle Vibes, or at least Stalwart Esports. But if you ask me for my genuine prediction and my realistic expectation, I would say Stalwart Esports, back-to-back, they take it.
Well, just to make sure things are interesting, I'm going to go with 4 Miracle Vibes. I hope they take this win, and I don't know if I should say this, but this will make the final 3 matches a lot more intense if Stalwart are the first team to go out in the next game, and 4 Miracle Vibes win the next game with at least like 10 eliminations. I think that can put 4 Miracle Vibes in a very, very nice spot to actually put up a challenge to Stalwart Esports in the next 3 games. If Stalwart win this, then I think Stalwart is just going to go cruise in the next 3 matches. They're going to cruise through to the win.
I mean, even though 4 Miracle Vibes were not able to win that previous game, but it was still a consistent finish. It was not that bad of a finish for them. So they are quite close. The amount of gap that is there, it is quite recoverable. One single good game and things will be done in itself for them.
I think it's like
all they need is one good game.
Yeah, 27 or 28 points are what separate the 2 teams right now in the overall ranking. And I think you will need at least 2 games to cover those up based on what the new point structure is. So I think because of that, the next 2 matches, the next 2 immediate matches, which are Erangel and Sanhok, become extremely important. And I think it is going to be extremely tricky for Stalwart to actually work with, since we have seen Erangel is somewhere where it's a hit and a miss for them. Miramar is where they're extremely consistent. Sanhok is like a big gamble for basically anyone who ever plays it. That map can go any way and you can never predict it. So I think they definitely need to pull through on this Erangel. If they pull through on Erangel, Miramar, we know they can convert, and Sanhok, if they manage a top 5 finish, Stalwart should be good. But if either one of these 3 games goes towards 4 Miracle Vibes, then I think Stalwart will have to be very cautious, and they can't just go with a willy-nilly over-aggressive playstyle that we usually see them with. They will have to play for points. But let's see what is about to happen as we are getting ready to jump into the next map, ladies and gentlemen, which once again will be the map of Erangel. And I think things will be extremely interesting to see how things are going to go. But it's not just a map that is going to change. It is my partner in crime as well, as Necro seems like has vanished from the map. And I am joined by none other than Mr. Fixes. How are you doing, sir?
I mean, really excited, I must say, considering how the first 2 games have been, Johnny. You know, for medical vibes come in and they take a chicken, Star will respond back with another. And with just 4 maps to go, I don't think we could ask for anything more better than this. I think what could be even more exciting is that for medical vibes take this one. Come on, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what I want as well. That will make the entirety of the rest of the day a lot more intense and a lot more entertaining for us. But let's see what is going to happen on this map. But before that, fixes as we move along with the early stages of the game, we know not a lot will happen. So I can throw a few questions in your direction. What is your take on the performances of a few of the bigger names that we have seen in the past from this South Asia region? I mean, we are seeing DRS. Already DRS, they are still doing quite decent. IHC, outside of the top 8, do you ever expect that?
I think lately they've had quite a fall. I guess one of the primary reasons was not having a stable IGL ever since IC has left the team. They haven't really looked organized as they once were, right?
Yeah.
Of course, they've taken a few more really good prospects, you know, getting Demo in the lineup. I think he's been a wonderful find, but to, you know, sort of enable them. Because when it comes down to IHC, if you talk about their 4v4 fights or any sort of engagement they take, they still look like the same force they once were. But when you talk about the rotation, or if you take a look at how much position points that they have gathered, that is where I feel like they're kind of falling off a little bit. So yeah, I think we'll have to take it as a learning lesson and move ahead, because right now the competition is so fierce that you've got so many nice talents, new talents coming up. You know, NB Esports being one of them. For medical vibes, clearly, I think this year's revelation for South Asia. Don't get me wrong, Stalwart still stands to be one of the best teams, or rather the best team that SA has ever seen, considering how consistent they have been over the past couple of years. But when you talk about those new teams, I think for medical vibes, they're also definitely making their mark.
I think Stalwart is one of those teams that is at the end of its journey, no matter where it is, 10 years, 20 years down the line, will have a legacy. And I think they already do have a legacy as big as Noah Esports as far as the world of PUBG Mobile is considered. And I think that is this is the beginning, because this GCE was where we started seeing them get used to that level of competition. And I think they will definitely be the torchbearers for the entirety of South Asia moving ahead. But, I mean, I've always wanted a close competition from all the other teams. So just seeing the inconsistencies in the performances, what I find surprising, because the expectations that we have from Stalwart right now, what we had from Highvoltage, what we had from T2K. I still have massive expectations from DRS, T2K, and Highvoltage. Don't get me wrong. Every single time I see these names in the lobby, I just expect an automatic win from these teams. But not everyone can win. Someone has to lose. Someone has to win the game. And it is going to be about that split-second decision-making towards those critical fights that can impact the results of these teams. DRS, I think even right now, there is an opportunity that they might finish in the top 3. And this team definitely has the caliber and the players as well, with the level of experience, that this situation should not be difficult for them to deal with. So I'm going to be hopeful that they can convert this game. But if you want to make things more intense, as far as the overall rankings are considered, I agree with you. I think for Miracle Vibes, if they walk away with this win, Stalwart will be under a lot of pressure towards those final few matches. Although, another question. What's happening to the zones on Erangel? The first game we saw it move towards like the extremely northern shooting range area, and now it's just a western circle.
Yeah, I think kind of, suits the finals, right? The last day, the penultimate Erangel. After this, we just have one more. And if we get such circles, it's going to kind of throw all these teams out for a spin, right? And now coming back to the discussion or the points that you were really making about the Nepali teams, and a lot of them we've seen have kind of not produced the results that we sort of expect them to do. And one of those things I feel that the Nepalis come with some switches, right? They suddenly turn it on, and you see them producing a chicken dinner like T2K did yesterday, right? Taking down Stalwarts in that final game of Erangel. As they went berserk over the maps. And then you look at them, they get eliminated quite early. They make some really rash, erratic decisions. It sort of backfires. No, same has been with DRS, right? Ever since they've had that Cinderella run, went into PMGC, came second, the highest that South Asia has ever went, and being one of the Nepali teams and accomplishing that, that's a big feat. But I felt, after that, the hunger seems to have kind of gone away, right? You don't see the passion anymore. You don't see that figure coming in from their side. That is something that, is missing. The hunger to win. And that has been the so-called case with the majority of the Nepali teams. One of the biggest upsets would be from Skylights Gaming. I mean, look at them.
Ooh.
Where were they? They were one of the most dominant forces of South Asia. And now suddenly they failed to qualify in the SSE.
You just had to bring it up. You just had to bring it up. I think that was the thorn that I was trying to avoid, Skylight Gaming not being here. But I agree with every single word you said. Again, a team that dominated the entirety of the region, a team that was the torchbearer in the early days for driving the entire scene of South Asia forward. And now, I think seeing this dip, all we can just be hopeful about is a swift recovery. Like, hopefully by the next tournament rolls around, we see the old Skylight Gaming back. And I want to say the same thing for Aegon i8 as well, because i8 was one of those teams that was like, it was the team to represent Pakistan on the biggest stages of them all. Their lineup used to be like one of the greatest firepower lineups in terms of raw firepower that we have ever seen come out from Pakistan, and they delivered on that aspect every single game. They were there. You talk about elimination numbers in the old era, i8 was the team you were looking towards to take those fights in the early stages or the late game stages. But this time around, I mean, I won't necessarily call it a struggle. It's just the new rendition of i8 that we're witnessing, where they take it a little bit slow. Aggression is there during the mid-game stages, but the same flavor, the same level of commitment towards those fights, I think that is what is missing. They are on the 6th position in the overall ranking, and the possibility of them climbing up is looking quite good. But still, I think it's that little extra oomph factor that we used to call it, that is there with the players of Stalwart and 4MV, used to be there with the players of Highvoltage as well, has gone missing now. That was there with i8, and I think they can switch it on again.
I think the biggest problems with the Pakistanis, not just Aegon i8, barring, if you talk about Aegon i8, lately they've been going through a lot of stuff, right, all over the social media, a lot of drama around, and I'm really rather surprised they're still on that 6th position, right? But coming back to what's up with the Pakistanis, I feel they kind of second guess themselves a lot, because the way they play in their own region, in their own lobbies, is kind of completely washed off once they come into the South Asian lobbies. They kind of are reluctant in indulging in any sort of fights. The same sort of a freedom that they once had. Maybe it's about having enough information, enough read over the lobby. I always feel that they kind of have been always trying to adapt or adjust inside these South Asian lobbies. I mean, which is understandable, right? When you look at Nepalis and the Mongolians and the Bangladeshis, they've been playing with each other for so long. But Pakistanis usually come during the SA Championship. By the time they kind of tend to adapt or adjust, I think the boat sort of sails away. But now I think it's time, Johnny, we have got to sort of put a pause to our podcast and talk about this game, because a lot of interesting stuff is going to happen, because it looks like an Everest circle. And look at how teams are just swarming inside the circle, with Regicide having quite a commanding position.
You know how during the Ice Age, all the living species on the planet just started migrating towards the equator? Well, the equator right now is the Everest and the Georgia Pole containers and the city, and everyone else is just migrating towards their position. Look at the massive wave coming in from the southern side of the map, like from Ferry Pier, Quarry. You see like 6-7 teams moving up north. Then you have 5-4 teams moving from the eastern part towards the western side. Quantum Rage, I think there might just be a little bit of a mid-rotation collision between them and Highvoltage that MABETEX can capitalize upon, since they are the ones right behind those two teams. But it seems like Highvoltage find themselves quite close to the players of Magnus. While Stalwart stopped into the blue right outside the zone? Alright, they're moving again. I was shocked for a second.
Now, to be honest, Johnny, it's going to be so much tough for Stalwart and for Medical Vibes over here, because we are at a stage where a lot of teams have realized already, their journey is done. Whatever they're gonna push for is going to be for that extra little price, right? But for Stalwart and for
Yeah.
Medical Vibes, it's everything on the line as Leo and Regicide, they collide. Leo just charging in, knocking a whole world of trouble, but still manages to get out with a Uzi. But Haidami manages to secure a trade. It's still a 3v3 situation, maybe with Regicide having lost quite a few more players. But Roshan, I think he's going to be heading off for an escape, but Slipknot does not want to let this happen.
Let's see, his intentions might not be of letting the player walk away, but Slipknot, oh, the jump shots, they work out quite nicely, and Regicide are going to be the first team eliminated from this lobby.
All right. I mean, that was
Against
fast.
Magnus, yeah, that was a quick elimination.
It certainly was. But, you know, again, bringing the narrative down to Stalwart, seem like they are in a whole world of trouble with 2 players already having fallen down and Magnus barely having any pressure at all. You know, this is where the Pakistanis are spreading their wings wide, right? They realize that they have got the situation under control, but just a moment, that grenade could have done a lot more damage than it, you know, was initially destined to do. But regardless, you know, Stalwart with just 2 players, they will have to scuttle away and get inside the zone ASAP.
They've lost one of their key players, Action getting eliminated in that last fiasco. And also the fact that they are going to be stuck in the blue if they don't make it inside the zone right now. Top does manage to get an inch inside, safe position. Oh, wanted to go for the molly, secure the point for his team, but it gets taken away.
All right, you know, with how things are really turning out to be, with Stalwart somehow miraculously just saving Nirzed over there, it's good news for them. I think that's the best they can ask for. But at the same time, you know, I just have to quickly gander over where for Medical Vibes are. They're kind of in a good spot, you know, just around the southwestern areas, around Gatka with 7th Element, one of those teams beside them. Now, 7th Element, they're kind of the wild hounds, right, inside the lobby. They just don't care about anything at all. They do not care if they die pretty early or anything. You know, their only objective, their only motto right now is to cause chaos and destruction. I think they've chosen their opponents, which have been always Aegonite, right? They sort of have been their krypton, but Aegonite lately have understood, or rather managed to figure out a lot of ways to deal with them. Every single time 7th Element dashes at their doors, you know, even in the previous game of Erangel, I think it went down to the wire, but Uzum just clutched it out. So Aegonite did survive that, but yes, 7th Element, you know, they could be that chemical X to the equation where for Medical Vibes really need to watch out for.
Let's see though. On our screens, Quantum Rage, Train to Kill right in front of them. Tanatan needs to be careful. Jane might just have a line of fire, but Jane, a little bit of discipline in the early stages, waiting for the lad from Quantum Rage to be exposed. Few shots on Halsey as well, but they make it behind, in between the warehouses. Now gonna have an escape path available right in front of them. Vehicle needs to be left behind as it has taken a lot of damage, and Train to Kill might just be looking to go for a push after they are done regrouping.
Alright, so T2K, I think for me, this tournament rig has been my player from this squad. I think one of the finest we've seen from Nepal so far, especially even if you take a look at the elimination leaders. I think he's got quite a lot of kills to his name. But T2K as a team, you know, they had, like I said, you know, they've got those switches. Sometimes they're so aggressive, they get right at your face, punish you. But hold on, as East manages to find one from 7th Element. Somebody just, you know, a little wild, a little astray, and gets the better out of them as Stock. He wants to take down one of the players of Aegonite. In fact, the IGL himself has fallen. Now, very rarely have we seen these swampy circles. It's still one of the uncommon zones that we've come to face or have come to see, where DRS sort of are enjoying that spot in the center, right? But, you know, from what I can assume from, you know, casting this game for so many years, it's gonna go maybe a little west. I think this could be the game that for Medical Vibes were searching for. And as much kills as they can get in this game, that will benefit them. That will just make them an inch closer to where Stalwart are. But that will not matter at all if Stalwart also get a top 3 finish in this matchup.
Let's see. 4 Miracle Vibes. Doc still focused on the players of Aegon I8. Some was knocked out, but have managed to get him back on his feet. Not a lot to gain for 4 Miracle Vibes from this standoff against Aegon I8. I think a better possibility or better option for them would be to just get inside the zone, which is not too far away, 150 meters for Doc to move. He's going to use that syringe. And I think his teammates have actually already made their way inside the circle. Doc is going to be the last player to move. Taking things extremely slow and steady. Aegon I8, they're not even interested in fighting it out. They just want to back off, find some cover inside the circle, and just hold their position for points.
Yeah, I think that is quite achievable for Aegon I8. And, you know, for Miracle Vibes are the last team that you want to pick a fight. Especially when you're contesting for that third spot, right? For Aegon I8, they must ensure that they have as many men alive in the final few circles as just when Gravity is trying to get out, gets shot down right on his face, and he falls out. As Aegon I8, I mean, that is going to happen because the moment they even try and get inside the circle, it is going to be 7th Element who might be waiting for them, as they've got a little bit of a dip to play around. And this is quite a tricky circle to approach. You know, if you have the right spots, if you have a few covers around you, then you're looking good. But if you do not, while you're rotating, you're going to get shot down instantly. Something that's happening with a lot of Aegon I8 players, as TUF and Aegon I8 are going to be bustling it out amongst each other, whilst few of the players of TUF already been dealt with, as somehow Aegon I8, they're still keeping their numbers intact.
Well, let's see, they've managed to stay alive for so long, but TUF, they are being quite brutal. But TUF, they make the blunder, the sandwich between T2K and Aegon I8. TUF, they are going to be eliminated. 7th Element right now, going up against the players of T2K. And, well, it's a fight for the hill between these two teams at this point. T24 with a nade does find the opening. 2 knocked out. Rig and Sandesh going for the push. Sandesh is going to be next. Rig, the last player left standing. Divine, can he get the divine touch in his weapon? The answer is no. And Assad is going to be left to fight a 1v1, which he loses.
Oh, it's Illuminate, I guess.
What just happened?
Oh, is it Illuminate crew? It's so difficult to process. I mean, what's going on? Yeah, it's Illuminate.
Oh, he went out to Illuminate.
Yeah. And Aegon I8, I mean, amidst all that chaos, they somehow still thrive, still breathing. I'm really surprised how they've managed to do that. But for now, as things are, DRS have one of those 2 compounds inside the zone right now, along with MABETEX also holding a sweet spot. Now, MABETEX, they've also been one of those teams that I had a lot of expectations from, but look at these grenade score. Of course, for Miracle Vibes did manage to get the knock, but unfortunately, the kill was stolen away. Certainly might have angered the Mongolian gods out there, but right now they've got a different mission, right? They're on a warpath. They need to ensure that they somehow get a chicken in this one, at least try and reduce the difference between them and Stalwart to mere single digits, because next onwards it's going to be Sanhok, and it's going to be so complex for either of for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart to really get those chicken dinner, especially considering those final few games. You know what really happens. You know, teams sort of tend to just burst out, just go hether and tether and try and engage in as many fights as possible, which kind of makes the lobby so dangerous.
Well, the lobby has always been dangerous. And I think everyone knew what they were stepping into before the game began. Stalwart, just that one loss. How detrimental is going to be to the end result? That is what they're going to be asking themselves. IHC, look at them go for a push. on towards MABETEX. Demoziola and Alex pushing in tandem, but oh, it all fails as Alex is going to be knocked out and exiting a little too quick. Ziol gets knocked out by the players of MABETEX, and IHC are down to the last two. Godless and Demo, they find the opening with the shotguns in their hands, but Wally and Baron are going for the push on the last two, so the remaining survivors from the lineup of IHC. Demo, he's hiding indoors, but the shotgun in the hands, well, UMP in the hands of Baron is going to be a little too much for Demo to deal with. Highvoltage, they see this as an opportunity to go for the third party, but it might just be a questionable decision as Praveen. Can he find the opening? If he knocks down the last player, it might just be beneficial, but Highvoltage, they're losing too many players in this fight. MABETEX, they still have 3 left standing. Highvoltage, they've lost 2. All right, the trades are going to be even. Assassin around the corner is going to be dropped as well. And MABETEX, they recover so nicely from this entire fight. They have took out 2 players from the side of IHC, 3 from the side of Highvoltage, and it's just one individual remaining from the either teams, while MABETEX still have their numbers and they might be going for revives now. Oh my god, what is he doing?
He's hiding in plain sight and nobody seems to have observed him as Highvoltage DC just survived by Jiggle, won't live to tell the tale as Godless still surviving. But seems like MABETEX aren't paying any attention towards him. Leona just crosses right in front of him. It's the boogity buff, but finally spots him out and puts him down for good. But IHC seem to have that sly smile. I mean, when you look at this fight, a lot of things. IHC could see they were so distraught, right? Had no connections with each other. There was the complete lack of communication as Illuminate crew right now. NB Esports being surrounded from 2 different sides have been pinned down and have been taken down. But for now, Johnny, as the dust settles, we've got 6 teams alive, 22 players alive. And it just could be anybody. It could be for Medical Vibes. It could be DRS. But for Medical Vibes, need to make the most out of this game because Stalwart, they seem to be in a whole world of trouble.
Well, oh man. Does he make it though? Now that's what I'm wondering. Does Top make it? He doesn't. Yeah. There's no way he would have made that drive. The distance. Oh, I feel bad for these teams, man. The best performing teams are struggling right now. And it's not because of any mistake. Alright, yeah, a few mistakes they made, but it's a lot to do with a lot of outside factors and a lot of outside elements. The third parties, the teams, the fact that everyone is out in the open, there's not enough cover for anyone to work with. And I think the compound that DRS have, they will have to abandon this in the next few seconds as well. This is a fun game to witness. Definitely a match that I hope to see on the final day of tournament.
This is exactly what we need. I mean, at this point, for Medical Vibes, they must be pretty pissed with what's going on. They have, I guess, taken more than 7 or 8 knocks in this game, and they've just managed to secure 1 finish. And that being said, you know, even East has been dealt with. And that sort of, you know, kind of budges you because those are extra 8 points that you kind of have lost out on as Quantum Rage on a little bit of a lower ground against MABETEX. It's going to be quite difficult with Kessie not having the best of HPs, but still has Wally on the sidelines to try and provide that cover fire in case it is, you know, going to go down for him. But regardless, it is Wally. Finds that perfect angle and it is going to be him just solo wiping the entire squad out there. But as things stand, Johnny, the numbers are starting to reduce. The numbers are definitely, you know, favoring chances for Medical Vibes and the likes of DRS also. Who've sort of kind of gone on the back foot, and this is it. You know, Stalwart, they've been eliminated at the 5th spot. Not a lot of finishes to their name. For Medical Vibes, really have to bring this one home.
I mean, for sure. And even though, like, just winning this game is not going to be enough, I mean, the fact that they don't have the elimination numbers, they might just get a little too over-eager just taking a look at that defeat counter in those final few moments. I hope they avoid making that mistake, just maintain their composure in these final few minutes of the match. Because the win, the points for the chicken dinner are what give you a big chunk. And elimination numbers, I think, will be automatically stacked up. If you head towards the final few moments of the game, you will see players making those mistakes of over peaking their angles, overstepping from behind their covers, and I think that is where Formidable Vibes can capitalize. Those points getting stolen from them, I just feel bad for them, because I think had those elimination numbers been theirs, and had they also been in the same position right now, they would have definitely looked to secure this win right now. I think their eyes are going to be getting distracted by the elimination numbers, and also they will have to step out in the open. MABETEX in the perfect spot to secure this game and secure a lot of eliminations. I think they can go all the way up to 15-16 eliminations by the end.
Oh yeah, they certainly can. And this is something that, you know, for Medical Vibes cannot afford at this point. Baron realizes that he has to get inside the zone. But before that, if he can manage to knock one out, and for Medical Vibes, surely they're getting a lot of knocks. But, you know, in order to get the confirmation, you have to put your bodies on the line. And that is something that for Medical Vibes cannot really afford. They have to play it as safely as they possibly can. As I mean, Sky might have spotted out that little bit of an intervention made over there, as Baron just goes ham on the players for Medical Vibes. Will find that spray connected with the Scarrel, as one more falls down, as Refuse also getting bodied, as it rests on Doc, the last solo surviving member. But what can he fetch for this team? Can he get a few more kills? That is not gonna happen though, as there you have it, Sky hitting that final nail in the coffin, as for Medical Vibes will not be getting any sort of reward for this one. Getting eliminated at the 4th spot with just 1 elims to their name. That changes nothing in the overall standings, in the overall scheme of things, as now DRS look to set a stone in getting this chicken dinner. A lot of questions have been raised on them, but it also could be MABETEX, Shawnee.
Yeah, either one of these teams ends up winning this game, they can change their fate in the final few moments, in the final few matches of this South Asia Championship. MABETEX definitely have the higher ground, but so did Obi-Wan Kenobi, and we all know who won that fight. Darth Vader.
Oh, the moment. You know, the smoke dissipate. Yeah, we can have a bigger picture, right?
See, yeah, I mean, the smokes are going to fade eventually, but I mean, this is what I was talking about. Like, what about the flanks, man? Gyante is quite far away. Illuminate is just waiting for their opportunity. Have they forgotten there's one more team?
Seems like, because I haven't really, you know, made a lot of presence, right? They have always been the snatchers of the opportunities that they get, right? They see somebody out in the open, they see that, yeah, this is a kill confirmed, they go for it. And I've clearly, you know, caused so much trouble, especially for Medical Vibes. You know, the Mongolian Slayers, Illuminate crew right now, done the deeds. But at this moment, you know, you've got 2 Nepali teams and MABETEX repping from Mongolia. But there you go. Just when Kessie wanted to push in on Delta, that is where he's got to kneel down. And I barely think there are chances where they can try and get the rest back up, especially considering the fact that MABETEX are away from the zone. Still, slowly but surely, they're trying to come in. But Kessie won't be spared.
Wally peeks, his head is visible, but the shots, they do not connect. Rules with the nade, though, capitalize on the damage dished out by Delta, and the knock is going to be secured. Baron steps out from behind the cover, but the nades from Rules are going to be enough to deal with the players of MABETEX. Now, down to the final 2 teams, 7 players still alive. DRS, they have their numbers, but I8, seems like they've found Killer completely isolated. Rufus has taken a lot of damage, so he needs to heal up before he charges forward again. It's a 4v3. The zone has completely vanished from the radar. That means the next time the blue starts to move, it's just going to engulf everything inside.
Oh, this is where it really boils down to the wire. And yeah, it is one of those chickens written for DRS. You know, with them still trying to eye for that top 3 finish. Certainly going to help their endeavors in trying to achieve and do so. But Illuminate crew, you know, they have also been one of the incarnates of what 7th Element have been trying to do. And yeah, Illuminate Crew, they came up with a lot of promises. And considering it's their first year, they have delivered to some extent. A little bit of that maturity, little bit of polishing. And there could be the next big thing that Nepal has to offer. But right now, enjoying that little bit of a higher ground as DRS seem to be, in real close proximity of each other. Sky could be the one who tries and changes things up. And for DRS, it should be killer as Delta, he goes on a little bit of a soiree. Trying to spot someone out, will find Sky in the process. Nova could be up next, almost hitting it directly on towards him. Connects those shots with the S12K as Wolf is also gets revealed. And there you go, the winner chicken dinner coming in for the real soldiers as they keep on marching, keep on fighting, trying to claim their lost glory.
And this is the DRS that we have been wanting to witness from the very first day, from the very first game. And here they are finally delivering in the last few moments, but still on the 5th position. This should at least put them in a fighting position for the top 3, but I guess we'll find that out after we come back from the break and look at the stats of what the overall rankings look like.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship 2023. I mean, last day of the finals, and now the final 3 game remains. This is Super Johnny John by Fixes, the last game Fixes. We saw DRS walk away with a win, but what do you think is happening at the top right now? Stalwart, they failed. 4 Miracle Wipes, they failed as well.
Yeah, I don't think it changes a lot in the grand scheme of things, right? Especially we discussed about it. Stalwart having quite a rough start, getting eliminated pretty early, but then when you sort of expected for Medical Vibes to get some value out of this, they kind of failed to do so. And yeah, MABETEX and Illuminate Crew doing the deed and just stopping them from entering inside the zone and try and get the chicken dinner. You could see that pressure sort of taking over right now, not just on for Medical Vibes, but also on Stalwart. Still, I believe 20 to 25 points of difference remain between these teams. And this next match of Sanhok is going to be crucial. Somebody needs to explode from both of the teams.
I mean, for sure. It's the most chaotic map. It's the most random map. And with the way the zones have been forming in the first 2 games, I expect something interesting in this game as well. But before we talk about Sanhok, let's talk about what happened on Erangel, have a look at the stats, and see where the teams are going to be after the way the previous game went for them. We do have the MVP,
Alright.
Sky. 6 eliminations, 515 damage dished out, 5 with 7 healing done. Quite a good game from Eliminate Crew after a long time.
Yeah, they've pretty much been the snatchers in the lobby, right? Every single time they find an opportunity where they can strike and go for few kills, they certainly don't hesitate in doing so. And that has been what Illuminate Crew had been all about. When I saw them in SA first time, right? They had been one of the most aggressive teams. Of course, the aggression is notched down a lot, especially considering, yes, the boys are going into the big leagues and coming there. You kind of tend to feel that pressure, but slowly and surely that will sort of ease up, and that is when we get to see the best out of this squad. And yes, he's been Sky has been one of those players who comes with a lot of promises, hoping that he's got brighter tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there will be a brighter tomorrow for these players. But looking at the player focus, Wally and Baron from the side of MABETEX. Again, MABETEX was also, I felt like they had a winning position for so long in the game, but then a few bad decisions and it just fell apart right in the nick of time. DRS, I think, are the team that played it out perfectly. They were so patient. They just waited and waited for the right fight to present itself. And when it did, they did not miss, securing the win in the game. The chicken dinner is going to be there, plus the 6 elimination points that Delta and Killer were able to secure as well.
I think MABETEX, for sure, in the SSC, they've kind of been one of the most improved Mongolian team, nonetheless, because when I saw this team, did not have a lot of expectation from them, considering how their past results had been. But boy, oh boy, they surely have delivered, right? And this is what I was talking about. Look at the damage number on East, and when you kind of take a look at the eliminations they got, it was just, I think, 1. And that sort of breaks my heart, considering how good this team had been holding on, you know, constantly just chipping away, poking the players of Aegon I8, 7th Element. They'd been trying to take down players left, right, and center, but not being clinical, not being decisive. I mean, I understand, you know, the moment you want to extend for a kill, try to confirm it, there is going to be somebody in that jam-packed lobby who kind of goes after you, and that has surely hurt. And yeah, look at that. Despite for Medical Vibes getting more placement points, it is going to be that 1 extra limb from Stalwart that still, you know, both of them share points. But like I said, it does not change anything in the leaderboards.
Yeah, not a lot is going to change. Yeah, at least at the top of the leaderboard, during the mid stages, I mean, we might see the gaps just vanish completely and teams get a little bit closer to each other, a little too uncomfortable going into the next 2 matches. But I mean, in this matchup, a lot of expectations from a lot of different teams. I mean, the elimination numbers of Illuminate Crew look extremely well. 13 points secure. DRS just managed to stay in the competition with the chicken dinner win. But now we finally have the overall rankings, and look at that. It was 22-23 points before the last game. Now it's 27 points between Stalwart and 4 Miracle Vibes. But as we were talking about the differences during the middle of the table, look at that. T2K, MABETEX, and DRS. There's just 4 points between the 3 teams.
Yeah, I think one of those other narratives will be which team's going to come in third. And certainly MABETEX, with how they just played in the previous game, are 1 step closer in dethroning T2K from that 3rd spot. But regardless, you know, you've got DRS also on the chase. You never know. I mean, Aegon I8, if they kind of miraculously get a chicken dinner, they could also turn the tables around. But what really stands and what is the bigger picture for all of us is to find out who reigns South Asia. And for now, it is Stalwart still maintaining the 27 points of gap, which sort of is too massive if you look at the number of matches that remain.
Yep. Still 3 matches left, and I think it is going to be extremely tricky for any team to actually not be consistent and expect win at this point. But let's see. I mean, things keep getting more and more intense, but that is what we wanted from the start, right? A close competition, anything can happen. We were talking about safety cushions. There are none. At least the top two are considered. They don't have a safety cushion if one of them wants to win the trophy. You talk about the other story, as you mentioned, who is going to be third. Well, 4 points, not a lot. Next game, if one of those teams walks away with a win, I think the third position might as well much be theirs. And also they might just, I don't think if 4MV gets eliminated back-to-back in the next 3 matches, anything's going to change. Yeah, they're not going to be third.
The win conditions for Miracle Vibes right now is they'll have to ensure that Stalwart get out pretty early on, right? Doesn't make any sense if Miracle Vibes get a chicken dinner and Stalwart make it to top 3. I have been constantly harping about this one thing because they will have to go all out. Now this sort of also comes with a lot of risk, but at this point, considering that little bit of that huge that huge difference that we have between the second and third, I think for Miracle Vibes can opt to take and go for that risk. But taking a look at the schedule, yes, it is Sanhok up next, the Rainforest, where anything and everything is possible.
And it's going to be super exciting to witness X2 what exactly is going to happen in this map. As you mentioned, expect anything and everything. And I just want to see, I mean, based on the weird circles that I've witnessed on those 2 Erangels and that 1 Miramar match, I hope Sanhok we get the zone towards the southwest, anywhere towards the southwest. Would be fun to witness. We've talked about the Camp Alpha Island quite a lot. We have seen a lot of fun games in that position as well. But yeah, no, I'll go for the Ruins Island. That's the best place. I haven't seen a game come to an end there over like almost for a year now. More than a year.
Yeah, I think, a few days ago we had a similar circle like that, but did not exactly end at Ruins. I think it's like 2 years back when things were different. A lot of different teams were here. We used to see a lot of that Ruin circles. We used to see a lot of those fights happening. And for the viewers, I think Elementrix was one of them. Let us know which team rather was their opponent in the chat.
I think they won that game. I think the Elementrix won that game.
Go this way and that way. Yeah, I mean, Elementrix, another big name, and look where they are. I barely see them around anymore. There've been a few tournaments. I think last time we did see Elementrix, but this time, unfortunately, they failed to qualify. But yeah, coming back to this discussion, in Sanhok lately, we've been witnessing a lot of those Western circles. And off late, in fact, yesterday we had something happening down south. So this time, maybe a little towards that east, maybe a little towards the northeast would really make things even spicier.
Alright, yeah. Towards the northeast also is going to be a fun position inside of Sanhok. I mean, that is where the Paradise Resort is, right? And if we can get a final zone towards Paradise Resort or maybe towards the isolated position towards Bahan as well, that will make for a very fun game of Sanhok. But see, this is all speculation. This is our wants and demands from the gods of PUBG Mobile. But we know whatever we want from the game to deliver exactly at that moment, that is never going to happen. That is how the RNG functions inside of the game. But what are your expectations from the 2 teams at the top? I mean, we keep talking about them having like, all right, they need to win. But do you think on Sanhok, a map with so much RNG, Stalwart or 4MV will go for an aggressive approach either in the early or the mid game, or do you think they're just going to play a hardcore late game approach, just stay hidden as long as possible and then just step out in the last 5 minutes of the match?
What I think right now is somebody's going to drop in Bootcamp along with Stalwart. That is going to happen, but yeah, I might be wrong also, but the viewers, they want that masala. They want fights going on from minute 1. And we've seen in the past also that there have been a few teams that have come to contest Bootcamp against Stalwart, and a lot of them have come, but most of them have pretty much failed.
Oh boy, I don't know if anyone has ever consistently managed to win fights against Stalwarts in Bootcamp. I think teams might have beaten them like once or twice, but no one has dared to contest them 2 times in a row.
Yeah, there were few people with a lot of inflated egos did try and do so, but I think Stalwart just too strong of a unit. But right now, landing outside of Bootcamp, now this is something that I did not expect, and could do some heavy damage on Slipknot, who's all by his lonesome. Considering Icy had that shotgun, Slipknot still manages to get a pick on him, and now things might go running and falling down, but Tops is here to save the day.
Yep, somehow, Stalwart, they managed to recover. Otherwise, they would have lost Icy in the very first few moments of the game. They were landing towards Bootcamp. They just landed on the outside. I think they wanted to contest that fight against Leo, realizing had that man stayed alive, he would have given a lot of information to his team, which they could have utilized to pick off the players of Stalwart Esports individually, because that is how they like to loot in Bootcamp as well. Just stay isolated, designated areas for each member, and they just pick up loot from there and then progress. But towards Paradise Resort, another drop clash fixes. But I don't think this one is going to result in a fight. NB Esports versus Illuminate.
I think we've seen this happen for quite a long time, and somehow they've got that olive branch raised up high. You know, they kind of don't meddle in each other's business, especially in a circle like this. You cannot really afford to take a fight. You need to go in, you need to get over that Western Island. We've seen there have been moments where sometimes I kind of tend to poke NB Esports, but lately, you know, the way NB Esports have been playing, they kind of look unprepared to engage against them. And right now, out in the open, look at how much surrounded they are. You've got the players of Magnus on one side, even T2K is not far behind, with I8 closing in. NB sort of realized that they're under constant threat if they do not cross over the bridge right here, right now.
It is definitely going to be a challenge, be it in the late game stages or be it now. NB Esports. You see your cars on our screens. Headed towards the place of Magnus. I believe there's a little bit of distance between these two teams, so not a lot to worry about. Plus Magnus, they've gone for a 4-man wide split, which can give them a lot of trouble if the players of T2K start moving towards Cow or Tatmok.
You know, one of those reasons why I was wondering why did Stalwart sort of make that eastern drop where they could have directly dropped onto towards Leo is, you know, the one fallacy with dropping at Bootcamp is trying to get out of it, right? And they needed to ensure that Leo are on the back foot right from minute 1. So getting that number advantage also, Johnny, kind of enables them that they could have a little bit more space, a little bit more freedom. And yes, you know, coming back to this discussion, this is quite a hybrid circle that we are witnessing. But, you know, history's been a testament, especially we've seen a lot of these zones in this tournament, one of which kind of went to that small little island that you see in that thin stream of river there. So, you know, that could also be one of those possibilities. And Stalwart, I think what they'll have to do over here is maybe resort for a 2-2 split or hold over on those cliffy shorelines, right? Especially this zone could possibly go anywhere, and now you could see that commotion, right? And just what I was saying, right? You know, the players of I8, NB, Magnus, everybody around the similar areas, fights had to break out.
Yeah, fights had to break out, and they have indeed. But I think in these fights, Magnus is at a massive disadvantage since they are the only team who are split up right now and not grouped up in one place. NB Esports, the players can provide ample cover fire to each other if needed and go for support, go for those revives. But on the other side of the map, I believe another fight has broken out, and it is Regicide who are in the thick and thin of things against another team. But Illuminate crew want to pick off MGS. Leo on the other side losing players. MGS though, is he going to go down as well? No, jiggling in and out from corner, takes damage from the ray, and Viper definitely the snake of Sanhok strikes and, well, takes the first casualty of the game. Not the first casualty of the game, the first casualty from the side of Magnus. The first team to be wiped out, surprise, surprise, is Leo Esports.
I mean, that ought to happen, right? Especially once you kind of hold on the hottest spot inside the circle, you will have to be prepared for pushes coming in at your direction. And not really the right approach with just 3 men on your team, as NB Esports trying to pour in all that lead did not quite connect. But MABETEX realizing that they need to get the hell out of there, they're doing so, not stopping to engage in those fights. They feel it's kind of futile for them over here, as this one, however, serves some purpose. As S2SO4 has been dealt with. TUF did not have a lot to win in this tournament, to be honest. Kind of very much at the rock bottom, as MABETEX surely contesting for that third. Cannot lose out on Kessie like that, as Joker does get that much wanted revenge. Now TUF, they have that risk-taking abilities right now, and they can go all out, but MABETEX surely cannot afford to lose more bodies. Right. Somehow, H2SO4 is going to live. I'm really surprised because he's just being revived in broad daylight with nobody trying to even take them down. M7 does have that little bit of a high ground position for himself over here. But taking a look at how things are really panning down. Now everybody is banking their money on the fact that the circle will be shifting towards that western side, whilst I'd see they still kind of remain on that central island. And at this point, you know, TUF, they're kind of just running around all over the place in the open, which ideally I would not recommend, but considering, you know, where they are in the overall standings, well, they can afford to do that and much more. But yeah, still the zone kind of not being anybody's friend. Still not a vivid picture of where it is gonna pan down at. But still Stalwart are in a really commanding position. Now this is where, you know, we've been talking a lot about Stalwart. For medical vibes, just look at them. Their worst nightmares could come true with DRS holding them off. Now they will have to be very clever with their approach, but Rules just heading east's way and could be pincered down, as there you go, those shots coming in. Ace does not show mercy, as Delta will get that quick trade, but pretty sure Apex is gonna try and get his life back on. Surely someone is going to be giving him that quick revive, as Killer just trying to spree through the lands, as now he's up against East. Does have that DBS though, and will succeed in getting the knock, but those quick trades really helping out the players of Medical Vibe. East needs to find some cover so that his teammates could come back to aid him in the process. Yes,
15 teams still there.
What are you forsaken?
I don't think DRS are gonna. Yeah. I just want to see what happens. It's a straight line he's trying to drive through. Oh, he makes it on the other side. Just barely though. Still losing 3 players this early in the game. Kind of a difficult position for DRS to be in. On the other side, 4MV and Stalwart. Now look at what has happened. Numbers equally matched in terms of the elimination points the teams have. Both of them, I believe, hold quite decent position inside the zone.
I mean, for Stalwart, surely they do. And this is what I was expecting them, you know, have that insurance policy secured. To stay around those cliffs, because this circle could potentially go anywhere. But look at this fight, quite an orthodox one, happening around bootcamp. Not the two teams that you would expect to see more often, but Ghost has no idea of what's waiting for him. It is going to be Godless, the demon himself, who just sprays open and could find Blade next.
Ghost knocked out. Gravity extremely low, but Uzum, look at him. He's trying to go for a flank. But still, like, at least for a little while, in the favor of Aegon I8. They need to capitalize right now. Godless takes a hit, down to 50 HP. Gravity and Blade closing from the rear. Uzum with a nade, trying to inflict some damage onto the players of IHC. I8, they want to fight it out. They want to secure these points. But only after they have gotten the numbers back in their favor, and it's a complete 4-man roster that pushes towards the remaining players of IHC.
Well, for now, the grenades are being flung over. IHC look pretty well prepared, but they need to get their teammates back online. As Alex just thwarting a few grenades, trying to establish a little bit of control, trying to keep the players of I8 right on the ground floor. Cannot afford to have them push over, especially when they need to get their men back up. Seems like they've done that, but Aegon I8 seems to have found a way to breach in through the top inside, as Godless will just come out of his hiding. But surely was well prepared as Alex makes a quick trade-off with those grenades going out. Ghost going for that quick revival. Alex needs to do something out here, out in the open, and there you go. A swoosh and a smash, and IHC our history.
Yeah, eliminated on the 15th position in this particular match. They were able to secure 3 knocks. Alex in the end stuck in a 1v2, found an extra knock for his team, but Gravity with the DBS at basically a point blank range. Even the small little pellets just ripped through the body that last player from inside of IHC. But look at this, 7th element against MABETEX, and it's a 4v3.
Alright, and you know, 7th element, the moment this name comes up, you know, they're in for some mischief. Surely have some shenanigans planned up. But Baron, Leone and Wally, they understand the gravitas. They realize that one wrong move could just, you know, kind of take their chances from getting that top 3 position. So we'll have to exercise extreme caution in this situation.
For sure. Especially against a team like MABETEX. Do you see on the radar? I believe that's T2K and Highvoltage in the distance, but 7th element, the push comes in. Baron finds a knock, goes down instantly. But look at this. Leona has managed to turn the situation around for his team. The shotgun at this range will definitely help him secure the knocks extremely easily. Ignores the man to the red, but turns around a 180 shot. And it connects as well. 7th element, they get destroyed in what was basically a 2v4.
I mean, if you go on head on like that, surely you should be in for some beating. Cost MABETEX live to fight another day. Will get their players back up with just 3. And these 4 crucial points might just push them a little ahead. T2K right beside them. Their arch nemesis at this point, and look at how the circle has panned out. Surely this does not end in the central island, Johnny. Surely? Or do you think you're in for some cruel
hey man,
surprises?
I hope it does. I hope it goes to the center island.
Can't be more sinister than this, can you?
It's going to be a fun game though, Fixes, if it goes there. I mean, imagine people just going for swims, and we have other people standing on the shorelines doing what I believe is not allowed, which is basically fishing with dynamites. But instead of dynamites, they're going to have like HE grenades.
Who knows? In the next few updates, we might get to see that happen also. Early on, it was not possible to sort of revive your teammate in the waters. That has been turned true. Surely could be what the next gen of PUBG Mobile could spark for us. But for now, as things stand, Regicide trying to not let for medical vibes pass, as Gyante finds a sweet revenge. This time Doc has been down for good, as the kill has been secured. And with every passing moment for medical vibes, you can see that first spot just slowly vanishing. The dream looks quite bleak over here, as Regicide still trying to keep them at bay.
See Regicide holding a very important position. They're the gatekeepers of the big names in this lobby. Highvoltage STE and lads of 4MB as well, who are quite close, in fact, right on the shoreline, right on the cliff. Fuse, Apex, and East trying to fight their way, trying to survive, but the nades being lobbed in their direction by the players of Regicide. Oh, this is perfect! The three-pointer! Destroying two, leaving Apex with just hopes for survival, but I think hopes have begun to fade as the players of Regicide, they make their way towards this cliff. 4 miracle vibes. Well, no miracles are gonna save them, as all the vibes are just gonna be in the lobby now.
The tears,
Definitely
the
a
agony,
very
the
impressive
pain.
moment from impressive moment from Regicide.
Oh my goodness. For medical vibes. This is going to hurt them quite a lot. Especially with Stalwart having such a commanding spot inside the circle. Could finally stake in the spot to become the champions of SSE once again. They've done this in the past. Surely will not falter from here on, but Regicide, the sheer cojones on this lad, as Senior gets one connected on Avenger. As now, oh my god, look at the circle. It has Stalwarts written all over it, John.
Yeah, I mean, for now, at least it is their game, but let's hope they are able to secure this as well. And if they do, we have been discussing this for the last 3 hours almost as to how big of an advantage they will have in the overall ranking. They are the only team inside the zone. They have a 3-1 split. Top from across the shoreline should provide enough cover fire for Stalwart to deal with any push coming from far away distances, and the other 3 players can deal with the threats up close and personal. But look at this, inside the water is where Viper is, and that is where he will go down. Icy and Nirzet finding the opening in tandem, and Illuminate crew, well, I think they're gonna meet their demise in the water itself.
Oh. That was a little case. But maybe it was not the players of Stalwart. I think it was someone from Magnus. But Sam,
Magnus, yeah.
I think, yeah, Top is surely not going to let him pass, but has revealed his position for NB. But does not matter. You know, Top is pretty much, going to secure as many bonus points as he can. I thought he's going to be the sacrificial lamb, but instantly just dives inside the water as his teammates are just eyeing out to protect him, ensure that one of their finest players makes it out of harm's way.
Top 6 teams remaining. 20 players still alive. Stalwart are one of those teams. And well, they have all 4 players left. MABETEX on the other side. Leona knocked out, but Baron does not care right now. Sees Roshan crawling out in the open. Goes on to secure that point for his team. And MABETEX are there amongst the top 6 with 5 eliminations to their name. Wally going for a revive on Leona. MABETEX again with 4 players. Snade isn't going to do anything. Top, I think priority for him to just cross over. Join his teammates on the other side of this water body. While the players of NB Esports close in from the rear. Interesting.
I mean, at this point, Stalwart pretty much enjoying themselves. Top, he knows it's time for vacation. Maybe because, surely Stalwart should not be losing out from having such a nice position as NB Esports. Also join Quantum Rage. It's Top's for a swim. Not with the best of HPs though. Surely Top is going to relay all that crucial information to his teammates. But hold on. Fistboy finds an impossible angle. But this is where he gets traded off. As Mondo Sec will be trying to cross over, get onto the firm grounds. As Stalwart wait with those etchy grenades right on their hands. Trying to obliterate them as Mondo barely surviving with a sliver of HP. They're trying to close in on him, but still Mondo manages to find one with DBS. And NB Esports, I don't know, this is an impossible breach, but they somehow are making it happen.
Oh, only if this nade connects, it can end everything for NB Esports, and I think it just did. The players have vanished. from the map. We're down to the top 5 teams, 11 players still alive, and while Stalwart have lost 2 of their most important players, IC and Nirzed are still there, and all they're going to go for are those elimination points. Just rack up those elimination points so that the other teams are just going to fall behind in terms of the competition, because Regicide are a little too far away from causing any real trouble for Stalwart in the overall ranking. MABETEX, I think, are going to lose numbers to Regicide while they try and rotate. So if Stalwart can pick up at least 2 to 3 extra eliminations, I think they should be good to go. Right, Baron's out, Leona is out, Regicide and MABETEX both are out. Wow.
In the blink of an eye, we're reduced down to our final 3.
Oh, it's TUF.
Yeah, Regicide still having the numbers though. Look at the last player surviving from Quantum Rage. Could be the poison that Regicide never wanted to gulp. They said, however, all by his lonesome, will receive some assistance from IC, as IC has ensured that he's cleared the majority of the land. He's ensured that no one on the backlines is alive. So the fight is going to be quite frontal. Vaz prepping up that grenade. Nirzed has been spotted out, but Vaz instantly repositioned himself as Stalwart getting really impatient. They want to bring it home. Just put that final hammer. But Senior, oh, his timing is going to be of the utmost importance. Has managed to knock down one and finish him off right off. This is the moment that Stalwart were waiting for, as Vaz trying to keep them off at bay, as Avenger barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Stalwart, they are on the war path of wiping down Vaz, but Vaz still does have a lot of fight remaining. Will come down to a battle between the 2 shotguns, but who is going to prevail supreme? That is the big question, as already IC has taken quite a hefty chunk of damage. Still has managed to live, and now Avenger in a 1v1 collision. IC does it for his team. The Mongolians one step closer to lift the trophy.
Oh boy, in that last fight, I did not think, there was no way I thought Stalwart was going to win it. Especially the shots from the last play of Regicide did connect on the last lad from Stalwart Esports, but no, he switches to the M4 and refires around the corner of the tree. Stalwart Esports an impressive win, and I think this puts them in an extremely comfortable position for the last 2 games of the day. But before we head towards that match and the discussions, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after this. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting win from Stalwart Esports. I mean, they were down in numbers, but we knew they can handle even numbers fight, and that was given to them by the last player surviving from Quantum Rage. I did not think Sino was going to do that. I thought he was just going to stay hidden.
I can't believe what IC just pulled off, man. You know, an S12K, you've got a suppressor on that, and goes against the DBS. He's a man that shows no fears. IC cold and gets that LM and that win. And we know how valuable this is going to be. A big chicken dinner, and this is going to skyrocket them. I think they might have pulled this one off. This is absolutely going to shatter the players of For Miracle Vibes. Now, they have to resort to every sort of worst tactics that For Miracle Vibes can pull off. I mean, for them, pretty much in the next 2 games, they will have to drop Clash against Tower, finish them off, and get the chicken dinner, which sort of sounds like an impossible task right now.
I think they need to basically win the next 2 games if they want to be, if they want to win the trophy. Just win the next 2 games with like 10 eliminations minimum per game, and that should be, that hopefully might be enough to get them the trophy. Because Stalwart, I think it is a very difficult team to beat, especially if you try to match their elimination counter. That is where you dig yourselves in a grave, because this team is like, they know how to take those fights. We've been seeing them just be all about aggression and raw aggression since day one. And I think that is what they have mastered throughout those years. But let's have a look at the MVP of the game, because I have a feeling that the MVP, all right, I was just going to say I have a feeling the MVP might not be from Stalwart, but how could I forget this man? 7 eliminations, 827 damage dished out, and only 159 healing done.
Yeah, did not need to, heal himself much. Had some good cover to play around, and quite a clinical game from IC. And it's very difficult, especially considering the pressure on you at this point, when you know how much this victory matters to you, and when it was everything on the line. And this is when you can rely on the veterans, right? IC, of course, rather new addition to Stalwart, but he has been in the scene for quite a long time, and quite understandably why. And for the viewers out there, during the SA finals, it was Nirzed that took them through the finish line, and this time seems like IC has done exactly the same. I mean, you could see history repeating itself in Stalwart. I think their stars are aligned.
Yeah, I mean, the stars have aligned indeed. The team is coming together, the players are coming together, and I think everything is just falling in place. But oof, what an intense game that was, and I believe the next few that we have lined up are going to be even more intense. I mean, talk about how this game started, right? For Stalwart themselves, the first contestations against the players of Leo, and that was a risky decision as well. They had the numbers in that particular fight, but the other 3 players of Leo were up the hill. Had those players found the weapons and the smokes, they could have easily shot down the players of Stalwart before they even entered boot camp. Then they escaped boot camp, or let's just not call it escape. They moved out of boot camp right before IHC came knocking, and IHC weren't alone. Aegon IHC were with them. So they avoided 2 teams just by pure luck and were able to cross over to the Camp Alpha Island side a little bit sooner than everyone else. So everything just fell in place perfectly. And I think things are looking extremely good. But Leo, let's talk about them, because like from what I've observed and from the history of the players of that lineup, that is the most aggressive team in the lobby. That is the team that can match the raw firepower of teams like STE and even 4 Miracle Vibes. But these finals are not going their way at all.
I think Leo hasn't really made their presence felt. One good thing, I guess I have a different opinion to what you just said. I feel Leo always tend to get into really good positions, but it is their firepower where they really lack at. Of course, the trade potentials are there, but if you're looking at the creme de la creme, I think they still have a long way to go. But coming back to this discussion about Stalwart's intention of dropping outside of bootcamp, I think there could be 2 reasons behind that. One of them being that maybe they were kind of anticipating somebody to just kind of crazy drop on them and wipe them out early on, so that they have a really good picture. They could just push in, funnel their way through from the warehouses and then kind of surround them and take them down. The other one was that Leo has always been a constant hindrance whenever Stalwarts have tried to get outside of bootcamp. So one of those 2 reasons, which seems fair, but in that last moment, I think it all came down, if Avenger could have just closed in on that distance a little bit, because I see he barely had any HP left, but still did not deter him from showing himself up over there and pulling it home. And Stalwart, I still remember during the SA finals, Johnny, the last Sanhok, they managed to secure the win in a very beautiful fashion. And this time also, when it was required, one of their players pulled off, and a team effort though, but still heroics for IC towards the end. Enough, I think, to stake the claim for the championship.
Although this was what you were describing about that final moment of Sanhok, right? Let's not forget it is Stalwart. And anytime someone gets too close to them in the overall ranking, this is that one team who does not care if they are at the top or the bottom. They will go for a drop clash. So, given that we are headed towards Miramar and then Erangel next, do you think, based on the amount of lead that Stalwart Esports have now, they might just drop clash on 2 maps back to back, and 4 Miracle Vibes are in for an unpleasant surprise. Do you think that's going to happen?
You know, ideally, in a dream world, I would want that to happen. You know, something of that goes kaboom, and you know, we are up for extreme mayhem. But this time I'm gonna be siding with my panda brother Necro, because I feel like the distance that has been created by Stalwart, courtesy to this one chicken dinner, is quite massive enough to shatter the morale for Miracle Vibes. I mean, how do they do this, Johnny? They have to just go all out, but surely they have another chance if you vote for them in the world, for the World Invitational. Of course, from South Asia, they could be your representatives, but for the Nepalis, you know who you have to. But Pakistan, they're going to be enjoying that one sweet spot for themselves separately located.
Yep. All you have to do is vote for your favorite teams, and that's it. I mean, as you mentioned, Pakistan, the region votings are there, but who goes from that particular region, that decision is in your hand. So go right now. The voting is happening in game, so all you have to do is just pick up your devices, launch your game, and vote for your favorite teams. And whoever you want to see, or in fact, whoever actually gets the most number of votes from every region will be there. But I mean, we'll have to see what is going to happen once we actually get to the PMWI, because I mean, the domination that has been showcased by Stalwart here for quite a number of years, we've been seeing them just be extremely hungry, and I think the one goal that they've set is just winning the entire year. I think that is what these players are going to be looking forward to. But let's have a look at the schedule as we head towards the last 2 matches of the day. And as we have talked about them, the maps are Miramar and Erangel.
You know, especially when you're looking at Miramar, to be honest, Johnny over here, it's kind of going to be a lot more tricky than this, right? I mean, now this is where teams have realized that they've kind of had it, right? You have another battle going on for that top 3. And of course, we did not have a lot of time to talk over it. But we do know, for a matter of fact, that MABETEX, T2K, DRS, they're all still in the mix of things. And MABETEX, I think, did end up at the highest position. So might have just clumped on a little bit of that lead. But otherwise, you know, this is where the other teams, you know, the teams that are not in the mix of things, who no matter how much they tried, they will not be getting enough of that prize pool. You know, they will be just going all out, completely berserk at everybody. You're going to see those, early fights happening. And then you would be seeing a lot of third parties also happening. And Miramar suddenly will feel like Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely. And especially considering it's the second last game. And I think for the last 2 games, the rules are basically thrown out the window. I mean, it's not any gentlemanly conduct that goes on in the last 2 matches. You're going to see a lot of drop flashes as we've been talking about them, and I think teams can go for those a lot of YOLO moments, especially the teams in the bottom of the rankings. But these games are the most important for teams at the top. And we have been talking quite a lot about the top 2 teams. Let's not forget the fight for the 3rd position as well, because money matters the most. And there is a massive chunk of prize pool being distributed, $150,000 between the top 20 teams, I believe, that were there during the league stages of the finals. And of course, the top 16 teams will get a lot of money as well. But the higher you are, the more money you walk away with, which is quite obvious. And because of that, I think the teams even at the middle of the pack are going to be fighting it out, because the team that wins will automatically head towards the WI, but right now I think everyone's looking to build up their bank before they head to the other tournaments throughout the rest of the year. Although I have to say, I mean, one thing we noticed in the last match is, in fact, in the last few games, is the sort of the fall off of 4 Miracle Vibes. That first game they won was definitely quite brilliant, but other than that, they messed up a lot of team fights in the previous 2 matches, and I think that needs to be fixed in going into this next game of Miramar, because the first Miramar of the day could have also gone the way of 4 Miracle Vibes. It's that small little decision-making error of trying to deal with Stalwart later. That is the first threat you need to eliminate always, because if you leave them alive, they will make you pay for it. And I think that is what 4 Miracle Vibes need to do. Go for the early fight against Stalwart. If it works out, great. If it does not work out, they're anyways in the lead.
I think yesterday is going to kind of haunt for Miracle Vibes. Pretty much not showing up that is
sure.
where
Yeah.
Stalwart really kind of picked up the pace. And today you could just see that this is all pressure speaking, right? And for Medical Vibes, relatively new into the scene, because let's be honest, Johnny, Stalwart have been in this situation ever since we've seen them play, every time bringing it down to the wire, and that is one of the reasons why they've gathered a massive fan base, and they have performed the way they have. For Medical Vibes, maybe they will have to wait it a little bit longer, or could just be one of those days where we could see a fairy tale in the making if for Medical Vibes somehow miraculously just win this thing, which I don't know if it's gonna happen. But what I do know is Johnny's had enough, right? Johnny is going to be taking a little bit of a break, while my panda brother Necro, he's going to be joining in for the last two. And Necro, what a time to come in. And do you still agree it is in the bag for Stalwart?
It is 100%. Stalwart Esports, they're having a fantastic journey so far, but I'm not gonna lie, feels good to be back on the mic over here, Fixes. Considering Stalwart Esports, that clutch from Icy in that previous map, it just stole our hearts away. My heart was beating in the maximum amount of BPM in that previous clutch that Icy was trying to pull off, so I can already imagine what kind of nerves that man was feeling. He was definitely trying to hold his gun with the nerves. Before now, as we've got the plant fly path in front of us from Campo Militar all the way towards Ladriela. So this is going to be quite an interesting one, considering the plant flat path is sort of to the northern side. Going all the way down south is going to be a huge hassle, especially towards Los Leones. So let's see what teams are going to try to opt out for. If anyone's is going to drop towards that spot. For Stalwart Esports, it's not going to be that massive struggle. It is going to be like a daily ride. So let's see how things are going to look like. A quick stroll in the summer for them. NB Esports as well, going towards their designated drop spots. But definitely, if you talk about that previous clutch that Icy pulled off, oh man, hats off. That clutch should not have been pulled off in a way that Icy did. He didn't even have a lot of HP, but he still came out on top somehow. We did see a lot of upsets too. IHC losing out a fight against Dagon Ayat inside boot camp. Another one of those huge upset moment for IHC fans. Those type of circumstances will need to be controlled as soon as possible if IHC do want to get control back inside the game in the future.
In fact, this is one of those standard circles, right, which every team is going to enjoy. And yeah, for Medical Vibes, Reading, just placed right at the center of it, we haven't seen them faring off really well. And just when we thought that maybe for Medical Vibes will try and just drop clash on Stalwart, because let's be honest, right, what's the difference between second and the 30? I think around 30-40 points plus. And there's no chance on earth that, for Medical Vibes end at 0.3, right? For sure, what could they have done is maybe tried something risky or may have made it work. And this is where I think, for Medical Vibes, I really feel they just need to channel their inner demons, right? And look at this. Woofis will be the one who gets out of the buggy quicker. And Prabeen, oh, poor child.
Oh, no. Not a good news. Highvoltage losing out on that player early off inside the game. But yeah, this is what happens in the final two games of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. You expect an absolute chaos right off the bat and also some drop clashes, and that's what exactly is happening right now in front of our screens. Highvoltage against Illuminate Crew so far. Illuminate Crew, they've got a man advantage in their hands. Jiggle try to peek out, try to get something done with himself, but that's not going to be the case. He tried to take care of business, but Illuminate Crew, they strike back even stronger once again. But there's another knockout even onto themselves as Viper goes down. Highvoltage, they're trying their best to hold their nerves with the gun and trying to fight back. The AK strikes way too low as another player of Highvoltage going for the resurrection instantly. Woofies. Still fighting back. Illuminate Crew. Woofies will just try to take the fight against the opponent and get strike down eventually. Illuminate Crew, as they do come out on top in that battle. Highvoltage, they bite the dust. Not a good news for another Nepali team. Definitely that's going to sting in the later phase of the game as Highvoltage. Oh boy. But at least that's good news for Illuminate Crew, that they have had a fantastic start right now. And for Illuminate Crew, they know they're all the way in the bottom pack of the leaderboard. They will need to try and do something whatsoever. So they took out Highvoltage right off the bat inside this Miramar game. And sort of even the plain flat path contributes to this early game fight, which was quite an incredible one. Viper, way too low for comfort. Still trying to go towards his drop location. Get the medical supplies. Get the loot up. As we've got DRS in front of us. Another one of those teams that did quite good in the previous game. So definitely if you speak about the momentum, sort of, even they have it a little bit in their bag. Circle, considering it is bottom left, for Miracle Vibes, they're right in the smack center. This is already a great start for them.
I don't know, man, because this is one of those games where you would kind of expect for Miracle Vibes just to go all out, right, and just channel whatever energy that they have, and this is one of those circles I would have loved to see for Miracle Vibes sort of playing from the edges, because that sort of enables you from engaging in as many fights as possible, because for them, unless and until the circle kind of does not just exactly hit on where they are, I think it's going to be such a tough game, especially as we take a look at the circle right now. You could see a lot of these teams slowly starting to migrate, try and get inside the zone, but Stalwart, I think now they have that little bit of freedom, room and space to play around, and could surely pick up a lot of fights, could even mess this one game up, still would not deter their chances of winning the championship.
Oh, Regicide and Aegon. A high chance this fight might just occur. Aegon and I probably do have their eyes on the rotation currently. Regicide are trying to make. They're right next to each other. But yeah, seems like the pathways are going to be quite clear. No one wants to challenge any sort of fights this early on inside the game. MABETEX as well, making a late move inside the circle. You can't even blame him, considering the circle is way too far away. It is going to take a while, but as you said, teams have already started to make it inside the circle. The good slots are already going to be taken away. If you want to contest Furloughs, it has to be a straight-up ramming inside the compound.
Right now we still have a lot of compounds remaining, but what's going to be really important is that teams kind of figure out those hilly areas, right? Have that little bit of a high ground advantage, maybe go towards those bottom hills around Chumasera. We have seen some iterations of the zones even going south of La Trilera. Those little hills over there, we've seen the zones go down. Or maybe it could be another flatland circle just below Menade Valley. But for now, as things are, not a lot of commotion. I did not expect this to happen at this phase of the game. Teams are pretty much playing this matchup like it's just another game and everybody's got to win. I thought we are going to see a lot of those drop clashes, a lot of those fights happening. It was just Illuminate Crew and Highvoltage DC going up against each other. And let's not forget, Necro Illuminate Crew, they're making quite a climb tonight.
They know they've got nothing to lose, right? And they also need to live up to their name. So you might as well go out with a bang. And that's what Illuminate Crew are here to do. Right off the bat, they got 4 elimination points. They eliminated Havoc, which was an unfortunate moment for that team. Before Illuminate Crew, a hell of a start. For Miracle Vibes, a team that is currently right inside the smack center, also having the high ground in the hand. So imagine in the later phases the amount of vital information this team's going to be able to gather. It will be an incredible one indeed.
Moment of truth. And here it is. T2K sort of enjoying a little bit of that sweet spot as DRS from afar spotting out Leona and making him meet his makers out there. This is one of those fights just happening around the periphery of the zone. And now these teams have to quickly get inside the circle, find out a good hiding spot, maybe then plan their next set of actions. But at this point, teams like for Miracle Vibes and T2K, real solid commanding position, but Stalwart, Necro, they're inching in closer, and seems like they want to end this here right now.
Oh! Not a good news for Regicide, losing out on Roshan. And T2K, for them, The series of bad games so far has really been hitting them. So let's see if they're going to get things under control inside this game at least. As Rig was at least able to find one. That's a good news. As you said, even Stalwart Esports, they've made it inside the circle. I was really worried how Stalwart Esports are going to try to navigate their way, but somehow this team always finds the right path inside the circle, and now they're almost in the smack center as well.
Now this is where, you've got a lot of these teams sort of cramping on each other. The moment we have the map feed in front of us, we'll have a more vivid picture. You just could see the splash of colors inside that little circle.
Look at this.
Stalwarts in real close proximity.
Oh
Look
my
at
God.
for medical vibes, just surrounding them like sharks in the desert. Over here, Stalwart really need to be careful. One misstep, and the deed could be done.
Stalwart Esports, they're surrounded, but for Miracle Vibes, they're in the open grounds. At least Doc was able to find one top. That's a massive opening. Can also give a huge opening for the players of 4 Miracle Vibes to get a little closer, and that's what they're doing. We can see Refuse just moving up close. Not personal yet. Stalwart Esports going for that instant resurrection on the fallen player. Even East now using the terrains, using the edges to move on closer. And he's got up close and personal 4 Miracle Vibes. Look at this aggressive push they've made against Stalwart Esports. And now the fight's going to be taken right to their faces. These are the two giants colliding against each other inside the map of Miramar to find out who will be the one to get a little closer to each other. And 4 Miracle Vibes just bombarding those buildings with the nades, trying to find that single opening. And finally, Stalwart Esports, they're able to get one in their hands. Apex knocked out.
Oh, there you go. Refuse just gets in the trade. Quick and fast, it's done. But still, a 3-on-3 situation going on right now. And Refuse ensures that he gets that kill on Nirzet as action comes out. Manages to get Dog, but East quickly with that trade in. As Refuse, he needs to hold the bay. As Tops is gonna try and push in with Icy. Still just speaks out, takes a few shots, will have to instantly reposition himself as he gets taken down right from the air as Icy goes charging in. And now you could see both these teams, sparks flying as the Eastern nade gets flung over. And Kobe must be proud as he takes not just one, but 2 along. But for Medical Vibes, at the cost of what, have lost 2 players. But right now, Magnus, they are going to hit the deck. Are Eastern Dog prepared for this?
Yeah, Magnus come charging forward as they hear all that commotion. East instantly catches a lot of hurt with that nade. Magnus, they really won these kills in the hand. They've smelled all the blood. Shit, that exactly happened in this compound. And Magnus looking to find those openings themselves. Not able to land those nades exactly on the mark. Finny as well, trying to toss in some of the nades, but not able to find the hurt just yet. For Miracle Vibes, they've got some incredible positioning so far, but East gets knocked out, and now it's all down to Doc. But you never know, man. For Miracle Vibes, every single player is a one-man army, and they can strike out of nowhere. Doc's position compromised. He peeks out, gets the knockout. Finny knocked out of this game. For Miracle Vibes, you can never count him out.
Surely you can't, but this is quite humongous even for the likes of Doc as Zane. Just brings this home for Medical Vibes. Surely they did take down Stalwart, but in the grand scheme of things, seems like this is one of those stark realities that is going to be quite difficult for them to digest as NB Esports decide to infiltrate into Avengers hidings, as now Mondo along with Sek pushing in tandem with each other. Avenger knows what's coming for him, but is he prepared? That's the big question. He's just hiding inside the bushes. The moment Sek goes out, there you go, gets that quick knock. Will try to instantly reposition himself as he can get Mondo, but he's getting shot from elsewhere as he decides to get inside the compound, gets the finish, confirmation on Sek. Baby, just hold on as Cavalry does arrive. As Avenger, he is burning, needs to drop and roll, but cannot as NB Esports. They have come into, but Noki is taking damage from elsewhere.
Not a good news. Regicide losing out on the player that was in the close quarters. NB Esports, every single player's on the feet, and yeah, they will also get a clean sweep on the enemy. But in that circumstance, in that situation, it felt like it was a little too close for comfort. But later on, they had the situation under control. NB Esports, nicely done. Teamwork to perfection. Even 7th Element, now they're starting to show themselves in the kill feed. Getting a couple of eliminations in the hand. And NB Esports, MABETEX, they lost out on Leona early off inside the game, and now they've only got 3 men to try and pull something incredible off. And they are just moving in between a lot of teams, catching a lot of fire upon themselves.
Yeah. You know, as things are, T2K still at the center of the circle. Now, this is going to really help them out if they can pull off something like they did yesterday in Erangel. You know, get a high fragging chicken dinner. Surely will put them back again, right at the top for the race. In fact, for the 3rd spot. Illuminate crew still having all 4 of the players alive, 4 kills to their name, as MABETEX kind of decide to just hide around the dunes. But T2K having those little bit of compounds. Aegon, I8, another team, seem to have fallen off a little bit. Did manage to recover yesterday and the day before. But today we haven't really seen a lot out of them.
The 2 big teams being taken out of the game. This can be a huge sigh of relief for the others. I'd see. Just spraying the bullets on the enemies. That's Quantum Rage on the receiving end. And every single player falls apart. Quantum Rage. Not a good news indeed. One last man alive from that one. A burning torch of hope for them. And that's in the name of Senior. Let's see what he's able to pull off. And he will probably try to keep his identity anonymous for as long as possible just to get those points. That's usually what happens when you're the last man alive. So far, the position that MABETEX have found themselves in, I'm not a huge fan of that. They're quite exposed in that one, but also they don't have a lot of choices. Not a lot of places are up for grabs anyways. That easily. They'll need to take fights if they do want some good spots inside the game. ITC still trying to search for that last man alive. They know there is someone in the close vicinity, but not able to exactly get the visual on that player.
Yeah, and this is where I think ITC need to kind of get inside a good spot inside the circle. I think one of the reasons why they are out for a hunt, because they fear that Senior, just when the moment strikes right, could hurt them. As rules, this is a long grenade cooked up for finisher. Does it make its marks? Seems unlikely though. The second one, nah, does not connect. As Zen, he's got other intentions, you know, picking up a fight against the likes of 7th Element.
Yeah.
As Gravity finds one on Slipknot on the sidelines. Look at fastest position though. This is perfectly set up for Magnus. Now this is where they can decide and go for the push. But T24 could act as a thorn. As Magnus surely trying to close in. And this is where they kind of let go of that aerial advantage they had. And this is one of those positions where Magnus are trying to force out a fight against DRS. Especially Rules just being caught in a little bit of a pickle. Now is the moment where he decides, or rather needs to kind of tuck his tail and run.
DRS too. They just want to swing back in the action. They want to find something in their hands. Magnus Esports is a team that's just teasing them. But considering there is a little bit of a high ground in between, that's why they're not really able to get eyes onto each other just yet. Before Magnus, they're in a huge world of trouble. They need to make it inside the circle, and DRS, they're sort of like the guardian angels of the edge lines, not letting them cross on over. But even DRS themselves, they need to make it inside the circle as soon as possible. The later the rotation, the difficult the things will get. For Magnus, though, they are a little bit closer to the zone. It's not going to be that difficult compared to DRS for them to make it in. Before DRS, they're going to have to come up with a master plan right here, right now.
Oh, they must. I mean, for DRS, biggest problem is trying to get in, and they want to pick up a fight. Delta just ramming over that vehicle as commotion just spreads through, and DRS somehow have miraculously survived, and not just that, have beheaded MABETEX. It was like a spark of thunder suddenly just hits you, and you turn into dust. As DRS, their wars aren't yet over. T2K deciding to just swarm around, try and understand what's going on. Sandesh gets that information, comes back into safety, but DRS, a little bit of situation. Kayla taking some damage, but at the right nick of moment, just prones down, and DRS live to fight another day.
This is not good. It's an absolute chaos inside this battle. It's a blood battle. But DRS, once again, they come out on top of that circumstance because they have a man advantage favoring them. Nicely done. Good defense. Look at the amount of vehicles this team has stacked up inside that little area. They can use it as a temporary amount of cover for themselves. T2K is in the front, so that team's going to be a huge thorn in the way for them. If DRS do want to make it in a better spot first, they will need to cross on through T2K, which is going to be a massive task. Seventh Element as well, trying to chime inside the action, spring back to life. So far in the overall rankings, things are looking quite dead for them. But this game, they have been showing themselves on the elimination feed, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, me too. Getting on the board little by little for, this team. Seventh Element, what a run has it been so far. First time playing in, qualifiers come in, PMPL Pakistan make it through. Even in the SSE where big alliance like Skylights couldn't make it, they've managed to cement their spot. And for now, as things are, IHC, they're on the prowl. They're hungry for blood as Mondo has been found out. This boy is surely trying to provide some resistance, try and buy enough time so that Mondo comes into safety. But IHC, the way they're pressing in, seems like it's going to be such a tough task to get the rest back up and reset and get into a fight once again. But IHC seem to have other thoughts in their mind. They're kind of retreating from that position and could knock on the doors of Aegon 8.
They don't really need to take this fight against NB Esports. They can straight up just make inside the circle.
True.
And then stay right in between of NB Esports and Aegon I8. And try to play a safe game, and that's what they're trying to do here. But still, they've got Seol on the watch in the back, making sure that NB Esports aren't going to overstep their limits. 7th Esports, high ground advantage, having a decent amount of information. Magnus Esports, they tried to make a 2-2 split before, but they didn't really think it through. And 7th Element got the best of them. Magnus Esports now being trapped behind that little ridge. They don't even have the vehicles to try and pull anything off. Good shots, though. A shot taken down a bit low. But still, 7th Element, they have the man advantage. And on the other hand, Magnus, they can't do anything. They need to move out in the open. They're also catching a lot of hurt. They should be sealed soon enough. But as I say that, it's T2K, a team that had a strong compound in their hands. They get eliminated out of nowhere.
How does that happen? DRS. This is the third squad wipe they've pulled off. Of course, the final kill did go to one of those players of, I think, a different team. But, yeah. I can't believe my eyes. Did T2K go in for the push or was it DRS? Regardless.
It's DRS.
Oh, yeah, of course. And, T2K, this was one of those games where, their conditions were as such that a win over here could have solidified the spot for that top 3. Seems like DRS surely want to fight for it. As now I see an NB Esports. Look at Seol's position. Has that flank, but NB Esports have sniffed him out. And at some point, Godless getting taken down. This is going to further intensify the troubles as smokes are being laid over, but the grenades are going to follow through. And Alex barely breathing in as Seol looks to be taking a fight against Fistboy. Trying to thread the needle, trying to find that angle. Once he can get it, IHC surely would have to press in.
Oh, it's quite interesting. Too many fights happening at the same time. 7th Element as well, They found themselves engaging in a fight against TUF, and that's quite an interesting one. It's quite a chaotic one too, just causing so much ruckus on that side of the map. And then you've got also Aegon Aya trying to chime inside the action against IHC. IHC, the move that they try to pull off here was a good one, but unfortunately NP Esports, they really started to get a little bit of piece of the cake against IHC, and IHC not able to defend that successfully enough. They're losing out on a couple of numbers, but there is the return fire from them. They're trying their best to fight back, they're trying their best to defend this entire area, but NP Esports, they're just having better numbers, and now IHC, they get shot at in the back. A good off angle created by Mondo, a nicely done IHC, a clean wipe on them. NP Esports, they're going to move on forward. Now they've got another challenge approaching them. It's in the name of Aegon I8.
You know, I for a moment really thought that Aegon I8 also going to be partaking in that fight, but seems like that wasn't the case, as NB Esports just wiping the floor solo, just taking down IHC. And this is where, you know, IHC's biggest fears just came alive, right? Just staying pincered right in the middle. They had to clear their backlines, and surprisingly NB Esports was better cut to wipe them out. But as things stand, Leo Esports again being in a very good spot over there, just having control over that southwestern territory, as DRS look to make a move inside the zone, with NB Esports and Aegon I8 just being beside each other. The fight surely has to break out at some point. Somebody's gonna benefit from that. But for Aegon I8, they have to be very careful with their approach, Necro. One small mistake and NB Esports will go in for a stampede.
True that. They're barely on the edge of the circle too. Look at DRS. They sent two of their players in the front lines in the smack center of the circle. And then you've got a team like NB Esports trying to take some fights or some shots against Leo. Leo, one of the players, quite hurt in the name of Hadi. Fistboy still not able to find those crucial connections on that player, so he's going to get back to safety. NB Esports, at least they've got a decent positioning so far. Even they themselves are on the edge. DRS, though, the rest of the two players that are in the back, they need to make it inside the circle, especially Gante. He's still in the back, and look at this push. A full set coming in from Aegon I8. Now they don't care. Pushing up with the vehicles. They know there's a high chance they might as well get shot at from the back lines, and that's what exactly is happening. Now DRS 2, they chime inside the action as they spring back to life. And NB Esports, things are starting to get a little bit too heated. But it's also getting quite easy considering DRS as well are shooting Aegon I8 in the back. Not a good move from Aegon I8.
Yeah, I mean, it was so mistimed, right? The entire idea was to kind of draw that attention while his teammates kind of push in. But everything just went astray for them the moment IQ got knocked, and Blade following suit soon after. Ghost has nothing else but just to try and get a few position points, because Aegon I8, they're also one of those teams in the race for that top 3. Still have the chances, as Gravity, the final player surviving over there, as now DRS kind of out in the open lands, have a few ridges just to play around. NB Esports at the mercy of that high ground advantage they have. So much information just relayed onto these players. As Leo Esports, now they will have to make the move. So will NB and Gravity along with that. Seems like DRS, this is one of their games where they pull one off.
Yeah.
Could be their second for the day, and could sort of propel them up in a very commanding position for that third spot.
Shots taken, and Leo once again on the receiving end, but NB Esports, they themselves are getting ripped apart. Pasek is trying his best to return back the favor, and he's also way too low. We'll need to get back inside the safe zone, which he already has. Also, we'll need to get the fallen man back up, which he is trying to do. NB Esports, they need to push up against the players of Leo Esports right here, right now. Any more time wasted away, and Leo Esports will get another opportunity to spoil the game, to spoil the sport of NB Esports. But now, Mondo is also getting shot at in the back lines by DRS. These third parties are really a huge pain for all these teams inside the arena so far. Fistboy back up on his feet. Mondo as well trying to crawl back to safety. NB Esports should be back in full force once again.
Surely have to be. especially with the circle sort of starting to close in. It's the 9th zone.
Oh no.
You know, there's nothing stopping them. But I think they're just carrying one of their teammates. Maybe just hoping to get in a little bit closer. As you can see, those Molotovs being laden down as DRS. It's all getting set up for them. They would want this fire to break out. They would want the bodies of NB Esports to fall. And then they could salvage of whatever remains. And on the spoils of the war, they seize that chicken dinner. So is the idea of DRS. As Fistboy leading the charge over here. Somehow still alive. It's maybe Leo Esports. They're out of grenades. And now it will come down to frontal battles as Liquid just burns Mondo down to crisp. As Sek and Fistboy remain alive as Liquid finally breaks open and will get spotted down despite that. Manages to get the knock, and the trade is also there as High Dummy falls in as DRS capitalizing on this golden opportunity. Surely they're not gonna miss this one out.
Oh, no. There's no way they will. They've also got a couple of utilities that they've tossed inside the smoke. And yeah, DRS, they're going to get another chicken dinner off the day. A way to pretty much end the last day off of the Grand Finals of Championship. DRS, they come out victorious in the second last game of the day. And a good way to end things off as well. We had a lot of conversations about DRS and how they were not exactly able to perform to the fullest potential. But in the final few days, they've started to strike back really strong and impress their pretty much fans. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. And what a second last game of the day. But still, as I said, it's second last. There's one more game to go, which is going to be deciding who's going to come through victorious and also be the champion of the PMPL South Asia Championship Grand Finals. But DRS, as I said, we had a huge conversation about DRS. We had a lot of question marks too. But I guess at the last day, they decided to strike back stronger than ever before and impress every single person that's currently watching the entire tournament.
Yeah, quite a redemption path for them, especially the kind of expectations that they had built up in coming into SSC. One of them, we were kind of hoping that maybe they could have this one home. The trophy comes to Nepal, but seems like I think the first spot debate has been settled, right? But still, Necro, the third spot battle is still on. Quite a lot of competitors for that, and DRS at such a crucial moment getting this chicken. And this is a different version of DRS, the fearless version that we got to see, went quite notorious. You talk about complete action. They gave it us. They gave all of it to us today. The way they pushed over MABETEX, the way they dealt with T2K, a lot of squads coming in their way, and they were prepared for everything. And the best part, most of the players alive. And towards the end, the way they took the circle, I think this has to be one of the genius call-outs coming out from rules. And this is why PMGC performance of DRS was so good. But this is one of those factors. Had they done more of this during the grand finals, maybe they would have been here competing for the first part. What's done is done. DRS's Delta gets to be the MVP in this one with 6 eliminations and 1,000+ points of damage. Surely was the tip of the spear of the attack for this team.
Exactly. He was adding on a ton of firepower for DRS right there. But still, speaking about the call out that was being made upon MABETEX, it felt like the push on MABETEX was a desperate one. I mean, you're not going to blame them for doing that call out as well, because they didn't really have a lot of options to grab in their hands. But that push, as soon as it worked out, DRS had a lot of opportunities that was open in front of them. But still, TDK was a huge thorn in their way. But somehow we weren't able to see that. But TDK got eliminated outside the game too. So DRS, right then and there, they had one of the strongest positions in their hands, and pretty much the front grounds were quite open, considering even i8 and NB Esports were too busy fighting it out. That's the moment where DRS realized, all right, it's time for us to push on up and get a better spot for ourselves, and they got the prime spot inside the circle.
I think, but the fight of this match has to be for Miracle Vibes taking on Stalwart, right? When they knew they had their backs against the wall, just commit in for that push, and did manage to take down Stalwart. Did have 2 casualties in the process though, but Magnus ensured that their happiness did not last longer, just wiping the floor there. And for Miracle Vibes, dream shattered. But taking a look at the match summary, I mean, you have the usual suspects, right? It is going to be the players of DRS. Seventh Element, they had been causing a lot of chaos in this game. And, as we expected, right? Nothing really surprising me. But NB Esports, boy oh boy, did they bring in the heat. Because if you talk about those late game fights, honestly, Necro, they were the ones to fare. The way they dealt with IHC, kept Aegon i8 at bay, even towards the end against Leo Esports, resilience shown in by the players, but too much for them to handle against DRS.
I mean, even Aegon i8 could have had a fantastic game if that one single desperate call would have been made a little bit better. I understand the thinking behind that call as well. They just didn't want to get backstabbed in the later phase of the game, and they wanted to eliminate the team that was in the back of them as quickly as possible. But they did not realize the fact that there's DRS in front of them, which will probably third party them, and that's what happened. So they did not think that through completely, and things just sort of didn't work out for them. They did throw the smokes though to provide them a little bit of cover, but that's not going to be enough. It's just going to give you visual distortion. It's not going to block the bullets. As we did see the match summary in front of us, and it's a DRS mayhem. They pretty much dominated that previous game, so you're going to have Delta on top of the board all the time in the eliminations too. But as you do take a look at the highlights, hopefully we're able to see how TDK got eliminated here.
Hopefully, that's the word I would want to linger upon. But coming back to that discussion, right? About Aegon i8 forcing that fight, I feel NB Esports had a strategical advantage, right? Being at the altitude, they realize if things are the way they are, they're eventually just gonna get hammered down. But them deciding to go for the push was the wise choice, was the right option. But the way it was executed, that's where it all went wrong, right? 2 of their players falling down right from the very start. Now, this is the moment where, Uzum just goes in selflessly trying to, draw that attention for the players of NB and hoping that his players would just kind of capitalize on that situation and get over the hills. But unfortunately, there was no one to fight on the backlines, and as a result of which, Aegon i8 just perished in the sands. And NB Esports had a really good game in this one, but I don't think that's gonna change a lot in terms of the overall rankings, because NB Esports, the way we expected, because I was casting the SF finals, and NB Esports, to my utter surprise, Necro, they were fighting for the top spot. And I must say, coming into the SSC, they haven't been that good as they once were. I think it was the pressure.
I guess, yeah. Sometimes teams really do tend to crack under that pressure, or sometimes it's just that the opponent has raised up their bars a little bit too much to the point where you're not able to catch up to what sort of updates they've brought inside their playing, and it really does get into those nitty-gritties off those mechanics of the game. And if you're able to capitalize upon it, if you're able to read exactly where your opponents are trying to bring inside the table or not, considering these teams have played with each other for such a long time, PMPL finals, I mean, overall, everything these guys have played, they have been with each other. There has been a lot of research going on probably onto each other, so it makes a lot of sense that these teams are now able to tackle each other quite easily compared to what happened before. But I forgot to ask you this question, right? Considering you were here pretty much for a lot of the PMPL, I wanted to ask you, have you seen like any of the changes in some of the top teams so far compared to like back in the PMPL and now?
Changes in what aspect are you talking about?
The way they're playing, or the way they're just approaching the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot. I mean, for Miracle Vibes, right? That raw aggression sort of has diluted a lot, and now they're playing a lot conservatively. They've been quite careful with the pushes, and that was the one drastic change that we did get to see. The next one would be DRS, when pretty much they were kind of under heavy fire, when a lot of fingers were being pointed. We kind of got to see them quite desperate, right? Getting quite aggressive. There have been moments where DRS have been forcing the fights, because for DRS they had one secret sauce, right? That is all about, you know, just playing around the circles, just be patient. But this time we have seen them forcing the fights. We have seen them bring the heat to their enemies, and they've done that. Stalwart, I think, it's just been doing Stalwart things, to be honest, right? They give you those first day hiccups. They make you feel like they're not in the competition. And come at second day, in those final games, they kind of climb back. In the third, they completely turn it over. And the fourth day is where they dominate and take the championship.
Oh, yeah. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to see the overall rankings too to find out how much difference is going to be there, because the production crew always likes to keep a suspense. So we all are going to be here sitting with a huge suspense. We don't know how much difference is there to go for the first spot or not. But I highly doubt that NB Esports is going to be too close. They probably need to go all out in the final game to even have a chance to take that first spot in the hand. Before Stalwart Esports, all they need is consistent finish. A decent finish is all they're going to be asking for. If it is going to happen inside the final game, then you guys pretty much know who's going to be the champion of the South Asia, right?
For sure. I mean, I think the viewers do have that picture built up for them, and I'm not gonna lie, we're not gonna mislead them, right? And we all know that Stalwart has got a rocketing lead, and it's going to be very difficult for Medical Vibes. I mean, they will have to get, let's say, around 50 plus points in this game to kind of try and surpass them, which pretty much means they have to wipe out the entire lobby. And I really haven't seen that happen ever in my casting this game for almost around 4 or 5 years. So yeah, I don't know what we're gonna expect from Medical Vibes in this one, but I surely do know that we still have a fight going up for that third spot, Necro, and it just could be anybody from maybe DRS, MABETEX, and D2K, with Aegon Ide also in the mix.
Considering now DRS, they've woken up. The Giants have woken up. You never know who's going to be able to get that third spot in the hand. But one thing is for sure, T2K, they need to wake up. And somehow this is the final game, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, the final chance to grab the opportunity for Miracle Vibes to get the first spot in the hand, or for any other team to get that third spot in the hand, which is closer to that spot, of course, as we have the planned flight path in front of us from Ferry Pier all the way to our shooting range. It is tilted on the left side, so for teams, if they do want to go to the right side, it's going to be a little bit of struggle for them, especially for Stalwart Esports, as they do like to go towards no reply. There might just be a little clash between Miracle Vibes and them.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen this happen in the past where Stalwart just kind of opt for the safer route. They kind of tend to go towards the southern side and get those vehicles. They kind of well versed with all the spawn locations, and for Medical Vibes, they're gonna do what they have been doing. But maybe for one last time, just for their utter satisfaction, they might want to force a fight against Stalwart. I'm pretty sure even the viewers would want to see that happen for one last time. Final game, but DRS. All right, dropping down on the southern island, and understandably so, because once you're looking at the 12-pack compounds, you get a lot of these teams kind of competing for those vehicle spawns, and it sort of is futile to go in and engage over there. But this is one of the circles, I guess we did see in the first game of Erangel, but action just whizzing past Gante. But no killer, he's on the chase, Negro.
I mean, I just watched Fast and Furious a couple of days ago, and I guess this is another part of it. A good one. DRS able to shut down the man in the front. Not a stall. This is not a start they wanted to have, but for DRS, I guess the stars are aligned once again. They've got the blood on their hands right off the bat. A good start indeed. They need a heavy elimination game. It is the last game, just to let you guys know once again. So a lot is going to be based off of this one. DRS, so far, the momentum is, the wind is in their sails. All they need to do is keep sailing with the wind where the wind is taking them.
I mean, right now, I'm pretty sure you would not have witnessed somebody just taking down a player from a buggy, going for a chase in the movie. Though it's an amazing one. If you haven't seen, I guess for the viewers, surely might want to check that out. But after this game ends, because there's so much in the making. As DRS, one more extra point for them. I guess kind of seem to have been getting ever so close from sealing the third spot at the very least. And what a climb has it been for this Nepali team in particular, because by day 2 we were kind of wondering what has gone wrong with them. They kind of had lost their groove and seemed like they are just too much to handle the pressure, expectations building up. Because when you kind of talk about the two biggest teams from Nepal, Skylights Gaming, and then you've got DRS. Yes, we have T2K. Yes, we have Highvoltage DC, but pretty much these two teams have been successfully just been qualifying for the GCs, and it was DRS that did them. In fact, get South Asia its biggest honor, second spot. Stalwart has been trying to achieve that for a long, long time. I mean, they have been settling with the third. But DRS did something that nobody expected in their very first maiden run. And that collapse and now a recovery, sort of reassuring the fans that, hey, we're going to come back stronger.
We're still here. DRS is like, we never left the competition. We're always here. For Merkel vibes too, they've left out in the military base quite easy this time, quite early. Because they heard a couple of bullets being shot away, so they would probably want to scout the areas out. Before Stalwart, they're going to already start this game off with a difficult mode, considering they've lost out on one of their players quite early off, and it's also Action who adds on so much firepower to the entire roster. So yeah, indeed, it's going to be a hard mode for that team. DRS, they're making their way towards the bridge. Now they will need to try and make it on the other side of the bridge as quick as possible. This circle is tilted to the northern side, and you would never want to be one of those teams that makes a late rotation to the circle.
There's still a chance, right, Necro, for the likes of Miracle Vibes and DRS to still play the World Invitational. I think now they're to the viewers' mercy, right? The voting lines are still on, and might as well vote for your favorite team, whoever you deem to be the fittest for representing South Asia. So we still have that one slot for the All-Star stage. Guess the favorites will be DRS, but for Miracle Vibes, boy oh boy, did they bring in that heat. Surely would want to see them playing at the biggest stage. Be a heartbreak if they don't. Surely who did they have to blame but themselves? Now after having almost 50 to 60 points of lead and then just choking in that third day. And this is where their worst nightmares have come true. Even the way they started things off today with the chicken dinner felt like they still have a lot of gas remaining. But Stalwart coming in, getting a really good finish. Second and third game, chicken dinner, kind of just kind of solidified the stake their claim on the throne.
Luckily for Merkel Vibes, they have another chance this year for PMGC, and they can use this as more experience and look at it as a positive way. And hopefully they're not going to demotivate themselves and probably look at it as a positive way and come back even stronger next time in the upcoming PMPLs. Because that's what I want to see. As you said, this team is a incredible team. They've got some insane amount of talent underneath their belt, and I definitely do want to see them on the international stage as well. I mean, currently they are on the international stage, but on PMGC, that's what I'm talking about. And if this team is going to be there, I'm pretty sure this team will be able to pull off some miracles, that's for sure. Speaking about that, now we've got Aegon I8 on our screens, another one of those teams that has a fair share of chance to be in the top 5 and maybe also take over the third spot. But let's see how Aegon I8 is going to be playing this one out.
Despite all the ruckus happening outside the game, still you can see the camaraderie visible between the boys, and surely Aegon I8, I mean, the kind of a mindset that they entered into this tournament with 7th element constantly just breathing down their nose every single game. I think they fared off pretty well. Still, a lot of fans missing Crypto in this roster, but seems like IQ and Gravity are the perfect additions that they could have made. But sort of Achilles heels for the entire Pakistani region is they kind of second guess themselves every single time. Now, the way they play in the Pakistani lobbies, you would not even see them playing close to that when they come to the SA. And that is my cause of concern. I kind of feel like there's no need from kind of trying to play a different style of PUBG Mobile. Just get into your own groove. Try to dictate the pace of the game. This is something that Pakistanis have been failing to do so for so long. And really haven't seen that spark. Aegon I8, whatever name they represent in the past, they've been ever so close. The flag bearers of this region. But when time has come, still haven't conquered the South Asian region.
Oh, speak of that, in the circle, I'm going to be shifting down south. Tilted a little bit to the left side for Miracle Vibes. Shouldn't be a struggle for them to get a decent spot inside the circle, considering all the lands in the front seems quite open and empty. Look at DRS and Stalwart Esports. These two teams are going to make it to the circle so late. Opting out for that late rotation, I really want to see what Stalwart Esports or what sort of a game plan this team's going to be able to come up with. The rotation has to be a perfect one. They cannot lose out on any more bodies anymore. And as I said, this game needs to be ended on a consistent note. For Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, they're true enemies. They found themselves a comfortable spot. But as you said, considering it is the final game of the day, every single team should try to play with their comfort zone. They should not try to pull something out of the box. They should play their natural game.
Considering I was kind of expecting madmen to come into the server and just wreak havoc, I've been wrong, Necro. And this is where, teams are playing like their lives depend on this matchup. Surely,
Yeah.
Extra few prize money could change lives. When you've got a lot of dollars involved, convert it into your region's currency, surely does amount to much. But yeah, haven't really seen this game come alive yet. Everybody just coiling up, getting into their position, not really going all out with the fights. Especially thought the bottom 8 teams would kind of want to go all out. Especially not a lot of difference in the prize pool there. But everybody sort of playing this game in a proper fashion. And talking about for Miracle Vibes, I kind of expected that they would kind of try and force fights, which they have failed in doing so. But Highvoltage DC, trying to reduce that gap. One of the players of Magnus, I guess, changed his name in the last moment. Kind of wondering who he possibly could be. Is this Zibyan?
Highvoltage. So far, just playing for the information. Trying to rack up as much as possible. But speaking of the late breachers inside the circle, there's actually quite a lot of them. Even NB Esports is one of those. At least good enough for Stalwart Esports. They've found themselves a little footing and a little piece of area that they can play around with. Quantum Rage way too low for T2K. And speaking of T2K, they've been having a rough time inside the final day so far. They need to pick up the pace, amp up the pace. On the other hand, you've got NB Esports still navigating their way inside the circle. They are taking a lot of damage from the Wall of Death. And also one of the players knocked out.
Lots of teams in the blue also. Just trying to get in. DRS getting spotted out over there. Rules barely surviving. Minimum margins. Seems like he's gonna live to fight another day. As NB Esports try and get inside the circle with Icy just running over east. Oh, that for sure is brutal as Sek gets spotted from 2 different directions. Just might have escaped one situation, could land into another. As for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart decide to settle it right here, right now, with Nirzet breaking open on Refuse, as they have been reduced to just a 2-man squad in a 2v3 situation. Stalwart Esports in a very promising position with Doc in the middle of nowhere.
This is a prime example of the opposite attract. Even in the previous game, these two teams duked it out. And even now inside this game too, they're fighting it out for better spots. Considering Stalwart Esports now, they've at least managed to even the playing field. It's a 3-on-3. 4 Miracle vibes. Doc in the close quarters of IC. But does IC know that Doc is right there in front of him? Doc's also pulled out a nade. And this nade might just land perfectly right on top of him. No, exactly was it. But this time, Doc gets knocked out. Stalwart Esports, now they're able to get the playing fields in their court, and things are starting to look like they're starting to stack up in their favor. All they need to do is take out 4 Miracle Vibes right here, and they will probably be the champions. Aren't they going to be able to do so? Nearset knows exactly where the last man is too, on top of the church, but he's not able to get that line of sight onto Apex. If Apex makes it out alive in this situation, it's going to be a bad news for Stalwart, because the more points racked up, then maybe there's a chance that they will be able to steal the first spot away.
I mean, yeah, the first spot, I think that's pretty much solidified. It's just about satisfying their egos. The top 2 teams in the server just going head on against each other. And bear in mind, Stalwart's lifting the trophy. It's going to be a 3-peat. The last year, in 2022, they won both the fall and the spring splits. And now they're on a path of getting this one again in this particular split. As Praveen spawning out, Mondo just cracks his skull open. Has that high ground advantage favoring him, as Jiggle barely surviving with any HP at all, as IC gets exploded in the part of fray. But Highvoltage DC, a little bit of a kerfuffle. They really need to recuperate, get the players back alive, but before doing that, Jiggle needs to heal up.
Gotta say one thing. Now the playing field is starting to get even more bloody. Aegon I8, even they spot out a couple of teams trying to make the rotation. It's in the name of DRS, as Delta lost out. A man who put up so many numbers in the previous game is not going to be in their belt anymore. And it's going to be in the name of Aegon I8 who take him out of the game. Before Stalwart Esports, they've almost managed to take out the enemy team. They went from terror and fear to find that sweet relief. And also maybe the championship's in their hand. As Aegon I8, they're able to take out another man in the back lines. This team is really able to get the kills underneath their belts. The eliminations are starting to stack up for them. And this time it's going to be against the players of Magnus.
Oh, surely, 2 Pakistani teams going up against each other again. That similar bait and switch strategy being followed on by Aegon I8 does not work out, as faster just explodes gravity out there. As Aegon I8 need to kind of re-strategize in this particular fight, as Magnus certainly refusing to bow down, as gravity meets his maker's finisher, getting that confirmation as Uzum from the backlines trying to provide the cover fire. Faster gets knocked out, but still Aegon I8 kind of a little reluctant in trying and going in for the push. Will have to certainly try to commit and get inside the circle, which I believe they're doing right now.
Magnus still there in the back lines. And as soon as Magnus decided to leave this spot, they're going to be met with so many bullets right on their faces, and that's what happens. They ram their vehicles in this compound, but too many bullets to try and dodge. Aegon I8, those 2 players inside the building trying to fight back for their lives as Uzum gets knocked out. But out of nowhere, the entire enemy team of Magnus, they get taken out of the game. And now even the wall of death is starting to close up. Right behind the players of I8, it's starting to close in. And I8, they need to find a comfortable spot yet again. But this time, they might just crash against 2DK.
Ooh, things are starting to heat up over here. So it's just about to crown the champions as the circle forms in front of us. With Leo Esports taking over the Everest, they know they have to calm down. IHC just holding on to the squad houses, and there you go. For Miracle Vibes, they're out of this game. And with that, they're out of this contention for the top spot. It is now set in stone as Stalwart still live to fight, and yeah, then they're gonna enjoy their glorious moments. Could prepare for the party tonight that awaits these lads. What a comeback has it been. The hat-trick coming in, tops the last player alive, and surely he's just smiling, knows that he's going to taste the victory, is going to be the first player to have achieved this trophy, the South Asian Championship trophy, for the third time, a hat-trick, which no other team has managed to accomplish so far.
For now, though, Quantum Rage getting approached by Illuminate Viper. But the instant refrag is there on the board. Goku able to also get the confirmation instantly. Leo Esports 2 now wanting to chime inside the action. Get a little piece for themselves, too. Woofy's is low, but safe and sound for now. Too many teams in the similar vicinity. And even if they're not here, they're also getting shot at in the back line. So you need to watch every single angle possible. And then you've got nades as well just raining down upon you. Woofy's too much pressure to deal with. And eventually even he gets knocked out of the game. And Illuminate crew, they follow it up. And even Quantum Rage, they're going to get knocked outside the game. Leo Esports, king of the hill so far.
Oh, indeed they are. But the moment the zone gets away from them, they're going to be on the crosshairs of every single team down below. Clearly need to have all the smokes remaining. We'll have to find out a way to sort of get through. But, alright. Cloud is inside the waters, enjoying himself. Highvoltage DC, they had a phenomenal start into the grand finals, but really fizzled out pretty soon. And I was kind of surprised that I really expected a lot of this, a lot of good performance from this particular team, especially having so many veterans. And there have been moments where we've seen them explode, burst out. Those games where they've kind of got 18, 19 eliminations, chicken dinner. And could not just be consistent, as Top still enjoying himself.
Yeah.
Has managed to accrue 3 finishes to his name. The big question is, how far can he go? How long can he withstand so many teams around him?
Top left last on the naughty list. And now the nades are starting to chip away some damage. Does he know that there's one man way too close and personal in the name of H2SO4? Top trying to spam away, find that lucky connection through the smoke, but so far he isn't able to do so. Finally spots him out, and now we'll get the connections done. H2SO4 try to tossing him all the top, force out Top from that spot. He does so, but unfortunately also doing so, he digs his own grave and gets taken out of the game. Stalwart Esports Top. This man single-handedly is able to manhandle anyone that stands in front of him. And he's also able to cause so much ruckus. This man is not scared of causing any type of sound. Even though he's the last man alive. He's on a mission. Still also taking shots against Leo.
This is absurd. How is this man still breathing? Half team forgot that he's just one player and all they need to do is just push on him. And he just refuses to give up. As the moment of truth finally dawns upon us. The circle about to take that little shift.
Ooh.
Leo, this could be their game. One
Yeah.
game that they have been waiting for so long. Like I said, right? They always find themselves in good position. All they need to do is just kind of confirm their standings as Liquid, just avoiding a run over. But Sandesh will still make sure that he goes falling down, as T2K, they're on the climb. And Leo, they look to be on a fast retreat, as Sandesh just looking to blow them all over. But no, doesn't make the distance there.
Yeah. The nade accuracy not exactly on the point. And T2K looking to breach inside the territory of Leo. For Leo, they of course have a huge advantage. They've got the high ground secured. T2K, it's an uphill battle for them. And what a nade! Oh, this man is always able to find those openings like that. And Leo Esports, now that the opening's found, they'll probably try to press upon it. Rick's still knocked out. At least he's safe, he's revivable. And T2K will probably get the resurrection up. They're tossing in some smokes, trying to get the man back to safety, but Slipknot's not going to let that happen. He's not going to let him slip away like that. Leo, they've got things under control once again. And for T2K, they will need to probably evacuate this area as quick as possible.
Surely they will have to, but I kind of like what T2K did. The sheer daring on the players. It's now DRS Esports. I think, this is what I was talking about, right? When it comes to those frontal battles, you could see that little bit of reluctance from their side. When, clearly Necro, they had the upper advantage, right? They could have controlled the situation. They could have kept them at bay. Such a massive advantage, and that seems to have been thrown off by them.
Yeah. But the amount of information Leo is able to gather from this initial area is incredible. They know 3 players are posted right next to him. The rest of the players' position as well, sort of, they roughly know exactly where every single person is. And for the late game scenario, for them it's going to be a date with destiny, considering they have all the information available in this world. But still, IHC and T2K are probably going to be a massive thorn. They will need to take him down, or pretty much mechanically diff him. For T2K though, they're still taking things quite cautiously, quite safely. They don't just want to force anything right now. They want to take their time. They want to get to know each other.
Yeah, the other news is that Tops has been dealt with, right? And he could just pretty much prepare his winning speech. What a player has he been. This time did not get to see him on the MVP leaderboards, but surely one amongst the Stalwartians, right? Could be...
It's okay. Sacrifice.
Yeah, it feels good to see Action and Icy back in the list, right? There's been a selfless player at top. One of the finest supports in the game we've ever seen. But Haidami spotting out Joker and putting him down to the ground, as Demo could be next on his hit list. As Yol and Demo, they're kind of creating quite a wide distance over there. Still banking upon the fact that the circle might take a shift down below the mountain. And that is where IHC at least look to walk off with their heads held high. But for now, T2K is still alive. And Leo Esports is giving them that space. And T2K, slowly but surely, they're just creeping up, climbing the hills, step after step.
Haidami being all the way on the peak, all the way on the top, but soon enough they will need to gather up or group up on Slipknot, because Slipknot's position is pretty close to the circle, and that's the only safer route they can take. For IHC though, all they're doing is reposition themselves, find a better spot, find better covers, preparing for the late game scenario. And they are doing so successfully so far. Look at the amount of spread IHC has. A classic IHC moment. And it's really good. It feels really good to see IHC this late inside the game. And as soon as I say that, they lose out on one of the players. Godless, knocked out in the back. A big casualty for them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse you guys.
Just when we were hoping, right? Things could go down well. And of course, you enjoy themselves. Still that sweet spot up top. Suyog will manage to administer that first aid. And they're still up with him. As Alex looking for anybody who's just peeking over with his heads out wide. As IHC still inside the circle though. Where do they go from here? The tree is protecting them from the King of the Hills. Rather slow game over here. Top 3 secured. IHC taking some massive amount of damage on Zeol. Leo Esports in such a commanding position. T2K still somehow surviving. I do not know what's going on in this game.
These fights are just so awkward. And finally, we've got something on our hands here. Leo Esports able to get their hands bloody early off now in these final circumstances. Only 3 teams alive. And we've also got Godless getting knocked out. Leo Esports able to just stack them up on top of each other. I'd see 2 more players to go, 2 more players left over, but they can be a game changer if played properly. For Leo Esports though, every step has to be in the right direction. T2K as well, you can see them wrapping around from the back lines. They're probably going to try to third party this entire scenario that Leo Esports has created for themselves, and they need to watch out on their backs because T2K, they're sort of also looking over them. They should not try to be way too crucial or eager to find those confirmation on the players of IHC. And once again, the dust's going to start to settle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, teams are just fighting after each other, but so much space to hover around. But Alex, quite unfortunate, just when he was kind of focusing his attention on the players of T2K. Leo strike, and this is it. Maybe Leo would want to commit in for that push. Look at that little spread. Have that 2-1 split going in. But same is the case with the players of T2K, with Jane just holding, watching out for the flankers, while Sandesh and Suyog kind of have that little ridge to play around, that high ground advantage. And in the 9 zone, a lot of it shall be clear. Whoever has the biggest chance to get a chicken dinner in this one. But for now, Aidami just slowly slithering his way. And IHC haven't really paid attention.
No.
Demo just out in the open. Aidami gonna show no mercy. Shifts onto us. It's DBS. Surely have to get a bit closer as Alex gets the trade. And this is the moment that T2K, they have been waiting for.
Yeah, the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where both the teams are quite vulnerable. T2K to strike in. They spring back into life as they have swung into action. But a couple of knockouts have happened on both the sides as Jane goes down and Suyog now is in the front. Even IHC, they're able to spring back to life once again. Both the players are back up on their feet. Alex and Demo. IHC, the weight game so far, the patience game sort of has worked out in their favor. Leo Esports, Slipknot, the last man alive, the final glimmer of hope, as Suyog's gonna close on up towards Jane to get the fallen man back up. Maybe he will be able to do so, but now Slipknot will peek out and get him done. I'd see the 2 players also having the man advantage stacked up with them. Slipknot, the last man alive for Leo Esports, but a world of trouble to face.
Oh my goodness. Where have we come down to just when we thought it is going to be T2K, but suddenly things have changed in IHC. The winds have turned into their favor. Taking on the high grounds, clearing all the edges. Trying to find out the whereabouts of Slipknot. As there you go, the grenade does the deed.
Wow.
As IHC get the final chicken dinner. But you can clearly see, not quite pleased with themselves. Surely no, they could have performed better over here. They were still fighting for that top 3 though. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, IHC get the chicken dinner. But I think the moment of truth is finally about to be here, Necro.
Yeah, and we all are waiting for that. The moment of truth will be revealed soon enough. We're here to find out who will be the champions of the South Asia, and I guess the results are quite clear to us as well. We pretty much know who the champions are going to be as well, and soon enough, you guys will be able to see that. We're just waiting for the announcement, all right? We can't announce before the time occurs, so we're just waiting over here, Fixes. You've got some final choice of words you want to say?
I mean, it was quite a tournament, to be honest. Considering what we expected from Stalwarts, sort of winning it back-to-back. Previous years was completely theirs. This year also, starting with a shebang. And there have been teams, there have been a lot of squads that had, tried to put up a fight. It seems like there is still going to be some time whilst we face their true competitors. Could be for Medical Vibes, could be somebody from Nepal, maybe from Pakistan. But for now, I think it is the Mongolians that still reign supreme in the South Asian region. What a tournament has it been, especially with that rough start they had with For Medical Vibes just exploding at day number 1. But Comet's day number 3, it was Stalwarts just doing what they have been doing time and again. They have been tested. They have been under severe duress, severe pressure, but somehow they always manage to find a way out and glorify the fans. Everybody just thumping their chest with pride. And not just the Mongolian supporters, right? They have support all across the globe. And such is the kind of respect that they command. Every single player, whenever time arises, even today in the game of Sanhok, Look at what IC did during the SA finals.
Yeah.
Look at what Nirzed did. Every single time you need somebody to clutch, there is that one player. You need somebody to rely upon. You've got a player like Top. Action, yes, there had been those phases where we had seen that dip in form. But when it was needed, when we wanted the true Stalwart to rise, he was also there in the mix of things. And when you combine every single aspect, every single element together, you're looking at an unfathomable force of nature. And that is Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports indeed. The Kings rule over their kingdom once again. And then you talk about IATC. At least they have ended things on a good note. Maybe they will have some smirks on their faces at the end of this tournament. But as I said, the teams that were not really able to get that first spot in their hands, hopefully we're going to be seeing them come back even stronger in the future, because every single team in this stage that we saw today, in the grand finals that we saw so far, was deserving. They had it in them. They had every single mechanics down to the earth. They were doing such a great job so far, but unfortunately sometimes it's about the click, and if things are not able to click well enough, you are going to be pretty much losing out on the entire stuff. And that's probably what has happened to a lot of teams. Crack under the pressure, so many things that can go wrong with a lot of those teams and with a lot of those aspects. But as I said, every single team has given it all they had. So there's no need to hate if your favorite team did not win. Just make sure that you're supporting them emotionally, because that's all that's going to be needed. But ladies and gentlemen, soon enough, the moment of truth will be in front of us. And yes, we've got the champions in front of us. It's going to be Stalwart Esports. As I said, the Kings rule over their kingdom once again,
Defending their title, and the hat trick comes home. Stalwart Esports, the Mongolian team, ever since we've seen this roster, you know, they have been reigning supreme over the entire region of South Asia as they book their golden ticket for the World Invitational, and looking forward to conquer it as well. The Mongolians, with such rich past, such heritage, and Stalwart Esports at the front of it all. Every single player, take a bow coming in from action. There's it, IC and Top. To top it all, everybody had their moments just when everybody thought that maybe this time it would be somebody else. It would be the other Mongolians for Miracle Vibes. Stalwarts bounce back from the ashes and claim what was theirs.
once again, Stalwart Esports. As you said, now they've got a chance to represent the entire South Asian region and also the Mongolian region in the PMWI, and I'm pretty sure this team will make us proud. There's so much to come in the future, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty sure every single person that's currently watching this stream is going to be excited for what the future holds for us. So you guys better brace yourselves, because if Stalwart Esports is able to perform with such sort of a bang inside this tournament, I can already imagine what's going to happen in the PMWI. But Fixes, we had this full-blown conversation about 4 Miracle Vibes too. They are also one of those deserving teams, and I definitely do not feel too good for that team, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the learning curve, right? That is the sacrifice you need to make. You know, being ever so close to touching the trophy, and yeah, that's where it kind of broke, a little brittle. Surely need to work on that. But overall, I mean, this was a wholesome tournament. Did not really pan out the way we thought. Yeah, for Miracle Vibes, too much for them to handle. But still, you know, that battle for that top 3 was pretty much there. DRS got a chicken dinner at such a crucial moment. Seems like they might have done it. But yeah, we'll find that out in just a little while. But again, you know, for all the teams that did make it this far and were unable to claim the spot that they had thought of, nothing much to, you know, kind of cuss yourself about. It's a time where you kind of introspect. You've got a little bit of a break before we kind of come back into action. You've got the local tournaments also coming up in their respective region. Quite some time before the next PMPL kicks off. Now this is where, of course, a lot of these will be having those invited slots. This is where you sort of, instead of just, you know, breaking off with each other, rather just sit down together as a team, you know, talk about the mistakes that you've made, work out on how you can, you know, figure things out and get even better, not just individually, but as a team. as we finally take a look at the overall rankings, it's going to be
Oh.
DRS on that third spot. But for Miracle Vibes, like we anticipated, will sit on the second. But for the fourth and fifth, it's going to be hurting a little bit. MABETEX will have to take it with a pinch of salt, just missing that fourth spot by 2 points, Necro.
Yeah, and you can see in the final few moments too of this entire grand finals, in the couple of games, you saw Leo Esports trying their best. They were almost all the time there on the last day in the final moments in every single game, it felt like. Leo Esports, they definitely gave it all on this last day, but unfortunately still not able to make it up in the top 5. MABETEX though definitely ended things in the top 5. For TDK, they were on the third spot. They've lost that because they were not able to find that groove. They were not able to find that sweet spot for themselves in the final couple of moments. DRS though, on the last day, this guy, or this team in general, was able to swing perfectly, and they got the third spot. Let's move on over to the second half of the board, and IHC, they're still going to be found on the second half of the board. I said, for IHC, they should at least be on the first half, but that's not going to be the case. Unfortunately for them, they're still going to be on the second half.
Yeah, and for a moment I thought they might be one of the competitors trying to just clinch that third, the way they had been playing today especially. But seems like that consistency has been clearly lacking. You can see those 37 placement points in 24 games goes on to show that IHC, they've got a lot of working to do. But yeah, few more disappointments. Highvoltage DC, especially the way they pick things up. By the first day, they were kind of head to head with for Medical Vibes in terms of their kill points. And look at them, they just got cast out so early. And clearly kind of something that they need to introspect and work around.
Yeah.
As the other teams, I mean, 7th Element, the first time, yeah, nothing much to complain. But Magnus Esports, they should have done better than this. Being one of the top 3 teams in the Pakistan region this time around, and surely hurts, but Tops is the MVP. Out of nowhere, just comes in the final day. And look at those damage numbers. Immense.
Yeah. 12,487 damage dealt with 43 elimination and 58 knocks, and with the survival time of 2012. Top, as always, he is the MVP of the South Asia in general, and once again this man claims the throne. We thought that it's going to be a tough journey for Top, at least this year, for him to get that MVP in the hand, but no, I guess Top is going to stay the MVP in general of South Asia all the time. If Stalwart Esports is going to be claiming the throne, you will usually see Top on the top all the time. That's why his name is Top.
Yeah, even during the SA finals, he was the MVP. This time around, nothing really changes. It's just another day in the office for him as we take a look at the MVP ranking. Second up will be Rick. Surely has been my pick for this tournament. I mean, of course, don't get me wrong, Tops is just doing Tops things, but Rick, this player has shown how much of an interesting prospect he can be. And he was there. I mean, he has been playing a lot of tournaments, he had been performing, but not the way this time around. He's done wonders, especially in those individual clutchy moments. But then you've got Doc, another player watch out for, along with East. But I see Nirza also making it into the list, along with Killer and Refuse. Killer, surely the one firepower, bringing in the heat for DRS. Had such a crucial role to play in all the games that they managed to win. 36 finishes is where he's gonna find himself at.
I'm quite surprised that we're not seeing Delta over here from DRS too. I mean, usually he's always there in the MVPs as well, and I'm way too used to seeing Delta over there as well. But this time, I guess Killer YT is going to be the only man from DRS to be on the MVP list. But Fixes, I'm not gonna lie, it's been quite a hell of a ride. And with every single viewer as well that's currently watching in the chat, it's probably been a hell of a ride as well, a roller coaster of emotion, if you guys would like to say. A lot of teams that we expected greatness were not able to deliver to the expectations, but teams that we knew exactly would be able to deliver, Stalwart Esports and 4 Miracle Vibes, they lived up to their name. But once again, whenever I take 4 Miracle Vibes' name, oh man, they are definitely a deserving team, and I feel like they should be there in the PMWI. But Fixes, I guess it's time for us to close on up the show as well. Have you got any choice words, any final words that you want to let the viewers know?
Again, it was a privilege casting this tournament, and likewise, reuniting with you guys. And yeah, it has been a spot of emotions out there for every single team, every single fan out there. But eventually, I guess everybody got what they really wanted, right? Wanting to see the championship team reclaiming their throne, and Stalwart do that once again. Everybody seems to be happy. Yes, for Medical Vibes did garner a lot of fans. Maybe it is going to be another day where they finally lift that trophy. But till then, what a show it has been. Came down till that final day, but eventually it was Stalwart's with it.
Yeah. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in inside this stream of PMPL South Asia Championship 2023. The grand finals come to an end. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's going to be me, Necro, and Fixes taking leave. You guys have a great night.
Show